I'm going to call to order today's special meeting of the Yountville Town Council. It is 12:01, and today we have a special meeting. It is our annual goal setting meeting, and can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Reeves? Here. Councilmember Tripp?
Here.
Councilmember Knight?
Here.
Vice Mayor McKee? Here. Mayor Moeller?
Here. And without the flag, I'm going to make an executive decision that we'll pass the Pledge of Allegiance and make that up at our next meeting. And can I get a motion to adopt today's agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
Reeves made the motion, McKee second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? That passes unanimously. And now that we've passed the agenda, I just want to quickly kind of run through. We've got an outline of our activities, and we'll finish going through a couple things here. We'll turn over to Brad, and then Jim, who will help keep us on track. So we are going to take public comment, and then before we launch into our goal setting, just wanted to announce that we will have public comment that is what we talk about in our goal setting after we go through all those items. So that's when we'll come and do public comment. But right now, we're going to take public comment on anything that's not on today's agenda. Do we have any? Seeing none, I am going to then move on to our official start of the meeting, and we're going to be a little informal here today and have our lunch. So, town manager, can I turn it over to you to get us going?
All right. Well, welcome everyone. I'm coming out from behind the easel. Everyone being obviously the department head, the council, and the very so thank you. Thank you for being here. And I feel like, I'm sort of talking as though I'm talking to the public, of course, but I also think most of you kind of know how we operate. And 2 years ago, when you appointed me town manager, we created a town council handbook. And that was generally how to conduct meetings, how to deal with governance. There was a lot to that. You can inform you, 50 pages of protocols and other things. But one of the key things was, how do we have meetings, that are different? And I think today is a unique meeting. And when we also adopted a biennial budget, a 2-year budget, we got into a rhythm of a budgeting year and a goal setting year. And typically, at least in my experience, it's best to do goal setting after an election. So we had an election in November. Obviously, the two candidates were reelected, so it's the same council that did goal setting, which was now almost a year and a half ago. It was January of last year, when we did a very similar exercise. So now that we're all understanding it, it's much easier to explain. And I think Jason's bringing the goal setting sheets. You can just put them on that table. And well, actually, Hillary, if you don't mind when you're done with your sandwich, you can. I tell you, if you want to get that, to take one and then the rest, put it on the table with the color. Yeah, so I want to make sure everyone has one of these, and obviously the public can look at it. But what I was just getting ready to explain, the last time we did goal setting, we went through a series of exercises, which we will do today. We have kind of a new version of the dot game plus the same one we did last time. And so I'm going to start by, after Jim kind of lays out the day, I'm going to talk about the vision statement you created at the last goal setting and then the proposed mission statement that the staff has created. Then we're going to do what I'm referring to as collective wins. This is a top 20 of things that basically what I've heard from you is you all like these. And this is both the staff and the council, right? This is the issue of like, okay, what are the ideas? How do we execute them? So these are things where you will have in front of you 10 black dots. So when we get to this point, you'll be able to place 10 dots on any single thing. You can't put 5 dots or 2 dots on one thing. And so and I recognize the dot column should have been wider, so feel free to work outside, but keep it in line. So then when we back off this, we can kind of as a staff see, like, based on things that we feel are collective wins, like what's the highest priority? I generally feel like we can do all of these things, but I think it's always about, resources and time and all of the things that go into getting things done, which is, where the 5 department heads shine. And I will, when we get to this next exercise, which is exactly what we did last time, I will also, on the flip side of this, which is not printed, but this is what you saw last time, which is kind of things that we have done, things that we are doing, and things that are on our to-do list. So things that are basically funded, but I will go through all the things we've gotten done. And I think this is kind of where at least Jim told me, he said, jog the victory lap. Don't sprint it and say, hey, here are all the things we've gotten done. But I also think in the essence of time, or in the interest of time, I don't want to go on and on about our accomplishments, because today is really about what are we doing in the future, right? And I think that's kind of the whole point. When you get into a 2-year cycle like the one we are in now, we always in government look at a 5-year horizon, I think. We do 5-year CIPs, we do a lot of 5-year planning. But now that we're in a 2-year budget cycle, I think it's okay, what can we accomplish within the budget cycle? Because next year during this time, we will go through what you're used to going through, which is a series of budget workshops. So rather than doing this, Celia will, in February, kick off, what you're accustomed to seeing, which gets into more specific budget. And I think this cycle helps, right? Because many times when there are newly elected officials, which none of you are, they immediately want to go into and I always say it's like going from 4th to 1st year. You got elected telling everyone what you're going to do, and then you get elected and you have to tell everyone no. Because of all the things the staff tells you, which is generally why not, right? And we're already doing this, and it's all that talk. So this opportunity to actually have a reset with a council that has already done it is, to me, a great opportunity, because it's you don't have to go through the long process of explaining everything and how complicated things are to get done. But we do have our experts here, and obviously as we get into clarifying questions, I think these are important things to clarify. But in some cases, you get into things like microgrids or virtual power plants and things that are super complicated. Water tanks we'll talk about. Today's not the day to get into the deep explanations. I do think, we can talk about it always, but I feel today's the day to kind of put dots so the staff and the community understand what your priorities are. And I think once we understand that becomes much easier for us to execute. And you've heard me all say, my goal of the day, and not that you're in a tug of war with the staff, but it's to get out of the middle and get everyone on the same side of the rope, right? Let's all pull in the same direction, because it's hard work. And I think all 5 of these people are working extremely hard to accomplish, their departmental goals, which to me have to feed into, what I'll talk about today as Yountville focus. So I feel that's kind of the turnover point. I'm going to come back and get to that, but this should be a great day. I think the only last thing I wanted to say, which the mayor already said, but back to the handbook, study sessions were designed to be interactive. This is I think we call it a workshop, but this is a council retreat. And I think most people know this is hard work. So this is really the opportunity for us to talk. We will take public comment at the end, but this is not that, hey, can I ask you a quick question? And this isn't the study session. I feel what I'm doing to Phil Donahue. This is me going, okay, let's all get on the same page. And then obviously as these things, start to get implemented, we'll integrate with the chamber and community and different interest groups, depending on, of course, what that is, because there's a lot of stuff that you'll hear about today. So I just want to be clear about that so we can get out of here. I know we say 4:15, so this is obviously the goal of the day, and it's hard to do that. It takes, the whole day to do this while we're having a working lunch. And I think 4 hours to me is kind of the point in time where truthfully, 2-hour meetings are best, but 4 hours is kind of a limit. And we're getting into a culture where I see 8-hour meetings and 10-hour meetings, and it's just a problem that we don't have. So be thankful for that, because I do feel we are conducting good meetings. And I think that's kind of beyond just getting on the same side of the rope. Let's keep doing that, because that's really precious. So when you lose that, it sort of changes everything, because meetings are where we get at least the direction we need to do all the stuff that I'm proud of, and also what I'm thankful for because of the staff and the community. So I feel there's a clarifying question.
There is. It's really quick though. But the council can interact, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But it's not like,
Yeah,
it's at the workshop where we encourage.
No, and I think Jim is the facilitator, right? So, and I think, this is not a meeting that, the mayor technically chairs it, but Jim is facilitating,
Okay.
right? So if you want something to be said, you can do what you just did, raise your hand, and Jim will acknowledge you. It's not through the mayor and those formalities. So, with that, take it over, Jim.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm so glad to be back with you again. I was here last year. I know almost everybody in the room, and we'll meet the others that I haven't met yet. I'm Jim Schutz. I have worked in local governments. I was counting when I was driving here today. It's my first local government job was the city of Santa Barbara in 1989. So I think that puts me over 35 years working in local government, and I absolutely love it. I retired from as city manager from the city of Yountville, and I've been consulting. I've been doing a lot of days like today and department director retreats and those sorts of things. So I really appreciate you having me back. I think Yountville is a very special place. When Brad was just talking about how he's not inclined to spend a lot of time on the accomplishments because today's really about moving forward and looking at the goals that are coming up. And I think that's true. That's the purpose of today, but it's also nice just to spend a moment too and just recognize how highly functioning I think this town is. Between kind of the staff members that are here and councils that's here and the community that's here and everyone kind of working together. I see a lot more pulling in the same direction as Brad was alluding to. And I think it's a special place for that. There's a lot of communities right now that are struggling financially and politically and all sorts of things. So I think it's nice just to start with kind of an appreciation of how well things are working. And I'm going to walk through a couple other just kind of logistics. Did this restroom get opened up?
Yeah.
It did. Women's restroom over here, men's over here. And feel free to stand, get up, walk around. If you're going to be sitting for a while, so that's totally fine. The times that are on some of the agendas that you've seen are estimates. I'm going to try to hold us pretty much to kind of what the times say. But if you're having a great conversation and you want to continue it, we're gonna continue on, and then we'll make it up. We have other parts later in the agenda that can go a little faster if we need to. So we've got the lunch exercise where we've kind of decided to make it a little less formal. We're going to ask you to move around a little bit, and then we're going to get into the business of the top 20 exercise that Brad was talking about, goals, grids, doctors exercise, team building and culture, and then the why being the last item. So starting off with kind of this lunch exercise piece, I want to say that I think one of the main points of being here today is the top 20 exercise and also the goals grid. But there's some really, I think, useful other things that we could do, talking about Yountville focus and the mission and kind of thinking about it in a little bit of a different way. So we've got some kind of heavier lifting and we've got some lighter lifting things to do. And I know not everyone always enjoys kind of like something that's called team building, but I can assure you there'll be no trust falls. We're not going to be asking you to do anything that you're uncomfortable with. But there are a couple things like that kind of stuck in there, just to think a little bit more about like how we work together as we're focusing on what we're working on. So it's a little bit of the how, but mainly the what today. So looking at Yountville, I just try to put together like what are some things that make up a healthy town, or what's the indicators of it's going well in the town. I've got transparent and accountable government. You guys have public meetings, study sessions, complete staff reports, public events. Seems like everything you're doing, you're using this building a lot to have people come to you and meet here. Financial stewardship and sustainability. That's something the council is very engaged in the budget. You also have a 2-year budget now, which is fairly new for the towns, and you're in the middle of those 2 years. So that's why today is a little less heavy on numbers. You're not going to see a big, long budget presentation today. It's going to be a little bit more focused on the what and the projects. Effective community engagement. I think that there's, so many things that you do here, the dinners and conversations, is it 1,000,000 cups of coffee? It's more than 1,000, right? There's 1,000,000 cups of coffee. The open houses, the way you use public events and things like that. The responsive and coordinated service delivery. I think that that's something that's special about the town is that the staff is really engaged and focused on the policy direction that the council is providing. So as you're doing things with dots and you're looking at projects, that's becoming the work plan for the whole year. And I think what's great, I have a chance to work with the department directors a little bit. And I just feel like you've got such an all-star team where you have really high-performing kind of experts in every area. And that's great to be able to have because you could take these things, there's things that we might use the word like these are easier things than these things. The top 20 might be easier than these things on this other board, but none of them are easy. They're all complicated. There are things that are easier, but they require coordination, they require new staff work, they require looking at the community and all of that kind of stuff. So I think that part is really important, kind of having the responsive and coordinated service delivery. The visionary and pragmatic leadership is both being able to imagine a bold future and then also prioritizing what is doable to actually try to get things done. And then looking at roles and responsibilities as well. So I think you've done that so well in Yountville where you've, just the site that we're on is kind of like imagining a bold future. And then how can you go about it in a pragmatic ways? Like you're breaking it down into pieces, you're doing it one by one, you're doing each phase very well, and then you're moving on to the next one. I used a top image here because we were talking about, Brad and I were talking about metaphors for like high functioning towns. And we started talking about the top because it's something that's it's beautiful when it's spinning and it's straight up and down, but a little nudge sometimes can send it sprawling across the table. So I think it's the focus is more on kind of how do we continue what we have and focus on what's working well and continue that. There's one of the main ways that we talk about doing that is kind of the council and staff and community all kind of playing the specific roles that have been designated for them. And where I see, as I'm working with a lot of other cities now, where I see conflict with a jurisdiction, a city or a county or a town, it's often because somebody is not performing the role or responsibility that they've been given. And it goes in all kind of directions. It could be that the staff are kind of trying to act like council members, or the council members are more acting like staff, or those sorts of things. And you could just see the problems start mounting from that. One of the things that I've heard Brad say a few times is it's everyone's fault, but no one's to blame. And what he means when he says that is like we need to hold ourselves accountable and not be blaming others, but holding ourselves accountable. And really holding ourselves accountable to keeping that top spinning and keeping the town functioning as well as it is. So I think the council's has been demonstrating that, and I just kind of wanted to acknowledge that up front. Sorry if that took too long, but I just kind of wanted to really say that it's a special place. It's working really well, and as I go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, it's not always like that, and people are ready to hear, they're ready to kind of roll up their sleeves and get to work. And people are watching that too. I think when the town's doing a recruitment and there's department directors or other executives that are looking to come into the town, they're kind of one of the first things they do is watch a council meeting. And when they see the council treating each other with respect and appreciating each other, appreciating the staff, treating staff with respect, that's a green flag for them to want to be in that jurisdiction. And when you don't see that happen, and then the town puts out its flyer for a new executive and that's not happening, it's like, well, the flyer's nice, but there actually is reality that anybody can go take a look at. So I think the reality is what you're building here is really impressive. So again, we were trying to use the lunch exercise as kind of just like a little warm up where it's going to be a little bit more of an opportunity to work together in small teams. And we're going to focus focus on, the focus mission statements. And Brad's going to do an introduction, kind of like where it came from and where we're at right now on it. And apparently,
One out the super
regulars, a very large break.
All right, thank you. Yeah, this is Don Schmidt's super rake, which is next door with what'll be, I'm gonna put it over here. But, well, I'll talk about it before I put it down, because I think there's two symbols that I've been using, and we went through a quarterly staff meeting where some of the stuff you're gonna see today is with the whole staff, so we have now almost 40 full-time employees in the town. And the two symbols, just so you know, were Sally's cutting board, which, you know, if you've read Sally's cookbook over here, and you've seen her cutting board, this is the hard work, right? This is like the chopping, which is like the indentures in that cutting board just prove how hard she worked, right? This was a huge part of their success when you look at their picture. But this is Don's super rake. And so, in essence, you know, raking the rocks in front of the French Laundry every day was a big process for him. So one day he just decided to put this little plank on it and add 2 rakes, and we just did it once, right? And so when I'm talking to staff and they're looking for an easier way to do things, I've been asking what's your super rate? Because this can be, all right, stay rolling. This could be like I was talking to Aaron about OpenGov, and like the issues we have with permits coming in. We don't want to talk about that. There are a lot of issues, right? It's like, what's your super rate? How do you make your job easier? You know, so those are conversations that we're having internally, but I think it's important for us to all have them because in many cases, like, it is hard work. You got to be like grinding, you know, chopping onions and doing all the things. I use soup as a metaphor. People hear me talk about soup because of the farm stand. It's really about the ingredients that go into the town. And how do you make something great? Well, it's simple, but it's hard. And you need super rakes to like make the front of the house look beautiful, right? So the French Laundry could be a metaphor, if you will, but it's really more about these 2 people that, you know, came right when we got incorporated. You know, and a lot of you know them, I never met them, but I think they're inspirational. And that's why the focus is so critical. And I think that they were clearly focused on whatever kitchen or, you know, Don was trying to get the marketplace to what it was, and now we're wanting to go back to what it was, and now we're all frustrated, and there's all these conversations about the nostalgia of the past, and how do we go there? You know, it does come back to us all being focused on Yountville. I think it's very hard sometimes in a valley that has so many beautiful distractions, both political and physical, and, you know, on and on. Work, it really gets into work. And I think that we created, I think, a sound mission statement, or vision statement, excuse me, last year, which is the same exact thing. But as we were getting ready to talk to the staff, which was a month ago now, I think, about, through Celia and Ashley, who facilitated a really great, you know, staff meeting, we introduced this proposed mission statement, which I kind of want you all to nod that you agree with, because I want it to be ours. But if you want to wordsmith it, we can. I mean, I can sit here all day and change a word from this to that. But to me, the town of Yountville is a forward-thinking agency with an open-minded workforce that is committed to Yountville and unified with the community in delivering sustainable results. Does anyone have a problem or would like to discuss this? Yeah.
I was just laughing because I know wordsmithing is not your favorite thing. I really like it. I really like it. I mean, I don't mean it's not your favorite thing, but I'm guessing it's been wordsmithed a lot.
Well, you know, corporations take a week to like define a mission statement, and sometimes that's needed because it. And I will tell you the story because it's important of how we went from the town to a heart, which was a mission statement that was created in 2017, just so you know, by Julie Novak and Steve Rogers, and it was an acronym that we use, which many of you've seen. It was in our budget book. I can't even remember what it all means. Some of you might. I challenge any of you to say what TOWN and then heart meant. But when I got here and I felt like, okay, we have a new council, we need a new mission, we created Fresh Hearts. And that was just sort of like a quick thing because I felt like we needed to do something. And this is like a well thought out thing that took 2 years in my mind to sort of work with the staff, hear the community, and like, let's keep it simple. Because I think that if you combine these two, But go ahead, yeah.
I just wanted to say that I'm definitely on board by with the sentiment and the wording of that statement. And I just wanted to remind everybody the history of Yountville Focus. That used to be a citizen committee, Friends of the Community United in Service. And I think that this statement really continues that focus on our town in a community way. And I am glad that we're using it, but I think we should acknowledge that we have been focused in the past, and I really appreciate refocusing.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. And I had never heard that until you told me that after the statement had been created, just so you know. So I was like, Pam said, did you know we had this group? And I said, oh, no, I did not. So that's a nice sort of double down. And I just want to be clear that I'm not saying we were unfocused. I don't think I think we're a pretty focused group. I mean, I think if you see what we've gotten done in the last, I'll just say the last 2 years, because that's all I've seen, like we're focused. It's just the mission statement with the fresh hearts is never, at least for me, and I think for the organization, felt right. It was kind of like, and we use that just so you know in evaluations, we use that in different things that are internal. So we needed something that we believed in, and it's great that it also complements, a group that I guess sort of still exists through scholarships. I heard they still have a fund that they give out scholarships, but they don't meet anymore. They're not. Maybe they want to. I don't know. That's up to them. But I do feel like I'm glad that we support at least this as a statement, and I think it's where Jim is going to go in terms of the breakout. I think that words do matter. I actually don't mind wordsmithing. What I don't like is it's hard to wordsmith by committee, truthfully, because it gets into like. We got it ourselves, like the difference between a word here and a word there to some people means a lot. What I felt good about was when we had this meeting in this room with all of the staff, we went through a similar exercise we're going to do now. What we're going to do differently is we're actually going to pair you up randomly. I think Jim has a construction hat with the department heads' names in, and then what we did in the staff meeting is we had the departments go into groups and talk about focus and then come back and say, what does it mean to you? And so Jim will explain the exercise, but I also think this is important because, again, I don't know who's going to get paired with who, but I would say like, I don't know how we're going to do the seating, Jim, are they just going to shuffle seats accordingly? So we're going to take 5 minutes for them to have a little conversation. Jim, you can explain kind of your thoughts on how to report back, and then we'll.
Yeah, so again, we're thinking of a lunch exercise, kind of an icebreaker, before we get into some of the heavier stuff, as we get into the goals. Kind of starting with something that is a little fun and talking about the focus at a little deeper level that we normally wouldn't talk about in terms of kind of, so we've got forward-thinking, open-minded, committed, unified, and sustainable results. And each of the council members have a pair with one of the department directors. So you'll pair up, and what we wanted you to do is think about a project that might relate to one of those things. So forward-thinking, open-minded, committed, unified, sustainable results. Some sort of project or town effort that exhibits the qualities of that. And then with your partner, talking, and I'll leave this up here, how did that effort go from the council perspective and the staff perspective? Are there any differences there? Was it exactly the same? If you come up with a project or a town initiative and the council member or the staff member describes it, are there any differences between those two things? Did it impact or land in different ways?
Are these like new projects or new initiatives?
Past ones.
Past.
Things that you've done already? How did it impact the community? And then, Brad, you had put together this symbol, right, for focus?
Yeah. Yes. This is my rudimentary sketch, by the way. At some point, the graphic designer will look at that, but this is, yeah, I could explain it, but I'd rather not.
So the idea is there some sort of symbol that you could draw?
It's literally in my sketchbook. Yeah, but if you can come, I think, what you're going to say is like, if you came up with something.
Yeah, if there's something as you're talking about the project, and then in the groups, at the instructions at the bottom here. Take 5 or 10 minutes and create either a headline or a hashtag.
Yeah, and here's what I'll say, just now that I said that, just, I do
Okay.
want to explain it, because you know, the idea of, you know, because I was playing around with S being the infinity sign, because that's sustainable results, but it didn't make sense. So I created the box, which is sort of that infinity, which flows through the S. But forward is obviously forward thinking. Open-minded, I have a little compass, but that was a little too. The C, which is committed to Yountville, is the target, right? Hit the target. And then the U is unified, so at least that looks like a magnet to me. So those are kind of like, it started to look like something my kid would draw, so I was like, I'm not gonna present. But that was the idea behind it, in terms of like, how do we have a symbol similar to what I call, like when you see our core values, it looks like the Trivial Pursuit little thing, you know? So I do want to have a symbol, but I do want to have a graphic designer come up with it, so it's not, you know, out of my sketchbook. But
I have a question, not to go back to wordsmithing, but we talk about the staff and their open-mindedness and commitment. Nothing is said within this for the council. Is it a given that we're going to be focused on Yountville, or is there anything you want to hold us accountable for as well?
well, you're part of our workforce, so I'll start that. I mean, like, you come to work.
I had the same question, and Brad told me you're part of the work.
And there's.
Yeah, I mean, you're employees, don't forget. I mean, you know, you're just a different type of employee. I mean, obviously, you're all my bosses, and I have to sort of be in the middle and try to explain to these 5 what you 5 are thinking. But I ultimately think, like, yeah, this is all of us. You know, just like the vision should be all of us. You created this, the staff sort of created that, but it meets in the middle, and there should be clear overlap so that everyone understands that.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what I propose, because I put 3 chairs behind you. Mayor, who did you pick?
Samantha.
Who did you pick, Tom?
Cecilia.
Hillary Gady?
John.
And Aaron.
So I take Aaron, if you take that seat, Sam, you take the part, like you guys, and then the 2 of you can kind of go over there and you can do a little thing, and then a little breakout. So that's
So again, you're talking about a project or a story that relates to focus. One of the letters of focus. And then we're going to ask you to put together a headline or a hashtag. And we're going to about what project you need.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Over here on the other side of the road.
Your Collins right there. Bellagio,
If we're not gonna do that.
Marketplace.
What's that?
Massachusetts.
I think you were.
Hartsfield.
No.
I think we're going to pick one. Okay.
Just need a headline or hashtag.
But then we have to put all corrections and pick one to play. I think we're gonna type of.
There's time.
That's what's I explained it because it's not. It's also very.
I would say think back.
Maybe that's really, that's a. What, everybody's concerned.
The
next phase.
But if we're in, are we wrong for life?
exercise, how they golf work.
But it's one of the reasons it's one of those there were two old things. Healthcare volunteers, they're rated $75. Like, yeah, it's great, it's super cute, they're all because down there. So, yeah, I mean, sometimes, so they're offering for more somebody town,
This is better. To me, it's, you know.
No, 30 days, then that's our. Sixty percent of the time.
This is the park itself.
So that was.
Yeah, yeah, trying to find your right person.
Oh, my goodness, we were talking about. So,
Really sound.
Big organization. And again, I can appreciate what it's been, yeah. Right.
We heard.
So you're walking out here, this is a little park down there. It's where the your father they were. So I walk here. I'll walk my car or something like that. It's painful. And then I'm sitting right in the middle. It's right for the
That's what it was.
One thing was.
Oh, it's. Yeah. It's really, they were just starting to designate. It's so hard to get.
You roughly are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
I mean,
There.
There was, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Not for, but at least
It's so important, so
Well,
small.
yeah.
And it's
And-
critical.
and-
When I come from here, it's, it's actually. It's to- It takes time for me to know, you know.
I would say yes, there's one.
You know.
Yeah, you would get.
I would say, for sport thinking, we're winding it down.
Yeah, get it and then, yeah. I think that would, I was like, yeah.
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 That's like overarching.
Yeah.
Kind of unified.
Yes,
So,
I've heard the name, but I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have.
You're good.
Your question. Yeah, well, to your question.
I think that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. It seems to, you know, we are really kind of a little bit isolated here. It's like, you know, because I feel there's a lot of correlation between the middle and county, not nearly the same wattage bringing us in, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, nice to meet you.
But, similar to like our study session.
Yeah.
Something we can.
well, you know, like.
We got.
Yeah, oh, yeah, sure. John, a lot. That church, right down to
Yeah, we love hearts around here, yeah.
Yes, like, she is very good. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. If you're just being-
So industry and roads, that kind of sense.
Mine's good. It's not right out of there.
Okay, just a couple more minutes.
Well, I know that, but that's why I read you. You don't get to pay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Taking a break.
Yeah. Before we even go into. I wouldn't see because.
All right. Comments and ongoing stuff. You guys good? Yes, we're good. Okay, so let's join, we're back on the table. Oh, yeah. Or at least, you know.
They can stay where they are.
If you want to be on the stage, should we use the stage? Okay, so what we've asked you to do is to take a look at the focus mission statement and the specific words of forward-thinking, open-minded, committed, unified, sustainable results. And then think about a project that's happened that could work to fit into this. If there's a symbol that you could suggest that goes with it, that would be great. And then also, we want to hear if you've come up with a hashtag or headline that goes along with your project example as well. So who'd like to start?
We can-
Okay. Please.
Okay, so we chose the common just because it is, I think, easy to work with as far as focus goes, right? Because this was all about Yountville flexing its community muscle and acquiring a piece of land that is so dear in this particular community that we could move forward with a community value. So the idea of the symbol, since Yountville is the heart of Napa Valley and this Yountville Commons is the heart of Yountville, we thought that a symbol could be a heart. It would be better if it was like a gift that could have arrows going out, because the possibilities on this property touch everyone in the community. And then the community input has been garnered and will continue to be garnered, so that there's this breath quality to this site, more about the heart pumping. And we thought of a couple of hashtags: breathe in community, breathe out joy. And then focus on the now
Put that
and
on the
live
city
in the
card.
future. So,
Sorry, what was the last one?
focus on the now and live into the future.
Wow. Great. So on the commons, did you have a chance to talk at all about kind of the different perspectives of council member staff at all on this one in terms of kind of that, the heart image and working with the community? Were you pretty much aligned as you were talking about this? Or-
I think your perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, but I think there is a recognition that the purchase of this property was a big ask of staff. And so this enthusiasm and this breath quality was kind of like a big in-breath, right?
Yeah.
And then it was staff's job to push out the results.
Mhm.
And I feel like they rose to the occasion and we accomplished together a big thing for the community. And that focus was pretty laser on. And all of the things that got opened in such record time was an illustration of that focus,
Yeah.
right?
That's really interesting. I'm thinking of your council meeting when you first approved it, and you're kind of taking a deep breath then too. It's like, what are we about to do? And then there's kind of an exhale of this is working, this is coming together. I can see it. I can see what phase one looks like, and I can see into the future now with architectural renderings and things like that. So yeah, cool. And did you hit all of these or any of these? Did you select?
I read it was sort of the gist of that
Okay.
statement.
We hit all.
There you go.
We're-
Good answer.
Yes, the project is totally forward thinking. And it required
Yeah.
open-mindedness on the community and the staff and the council to think that we could do it, right? That's a big
Cool.
step. And then commitment all through the whole thing and then unified for the sustainable
Yeah.
results, I think is,
Seeing that.
we're still seeing it.
That's great. Thank you. I wanted to spend a little bit more time on that one because I thought that we would have 5 groups reporting out on the comments. So it was nice to have you do that and thank you. Good input. Who's next? Yeah, go ahead.
So, we began just the general discussion of focus, thinking about one particular event on the Collective Wins Top 20 under Connected Community, the red, green, blue barbecues, ending with Yountville Night Out. And I think it was just really, what we came up with was a tagline of cooking up connections. And this is really an event that staff has initiated, that the council's been supportive, but that it's also a project that will grow as we improve the community center and we make the event space more welcoming. That we're thinking about how we can grow to events not only about emergency preparedness but about blue health events. Hillary talked about maybe potential like blood drives. Well, and then also green events. So just to provide an event for people to get together, share thoughts, learn about an item, something that's going on in the community. It's a part of our red, blue, green program and our vision. And then I guess if there was a symbol, we came up with the idea of a Venn diagram where we have the larger circle of the community and then 3 circles of green, blue, and red that cross over and do have a common meeting space in the middle of the community where they all have a common connection and a purpose for the community of making connections and staying in community.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that captures it all, and just to hit on the proposed mission statement, we were highlighting the commitment to Yountville and the unified element of that.
Fantastic.
We also talked about maybe another tagline of bringing all to the table. So just
Yeah.
come together.
Sally Schmidt, farm to table,
Table,
bringing
right.
it all to table.
I feel like Hillary, if you ever need any marketing assistance, the first 2 groups have shown you've got lots of resources in the community here to breathing in and breathing out.
I like that. It's not just, it's a gift.
So.
We have to animate that one. It's hard to follow that show.
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see, any other, yes.
So, working with Lithonia, our tagline would be finance team scores the bullseye with open-mindedness.
if I can say it.
All right.
So, the project that we went to was the creation of the 2-year budget for the very first time. And, let's see, the first, we, sorry, I'm going between the small print and the large print. And as far as the effort to move towards that direction, as far as the council perspective, I can speak for myself, but it was something that we'd heard a lot about at the first Cal Cities that we attended after being elected. And when they had a show of hands in the room for how many cities actually had 2-year budgets, almost everybody's hands were up and they were all in agreement that that was the way to go. And for me, at least, I looked around and said, boy, that seems like something, we should talk to Steve at the time and move towards. But we also respected a very solid process that had been in place and award-winning with accuracy year after year. So when the idea was first brought up to us, from my perspective, I was like, that's a huge lift. I'm going to leave it to the experts, but it seems like that is the way more and more cities are going for efficiency purposes. And Cecilia is going to talk about what the staff thought about it.
So from a staff perspective, I think it seemed like a really big shift at the beginning. It seemed huge. We're very small, we all do a lot, and we thought this is going to be a lot of work. But once we wrapped our head around it, around the concept of getting it done, I think we all really pivoted well, and we hit all of those qualities. Forward thinking in a literal sense, because we were not just projecting revenues and expenditures one year, but another year in the future. We had to be open-minded and find new ways of trying to accurately forecast what those costs could be, what kind of methodologies we could use. We also reached out to other agencies that were doing the same thing to get their perspective and find out what they learned in their transition. We all had to get committed and just say, we're going to do this, let's make it happen. There were a lot of technical things that had to be done in our softwares, and we had to make sure that we hit deadlines so we could make budget workshops happen. And we were all, I think, very unified as staff to talk about issues that arose and how we work around them, and how we can best message this to the community and to the council. And I think that we did a really good job of pivoting pretty quickly and again getting the award for a biennial budget, which is an accomplishment for the whole team, including the council.
Yeah, within that unification that we all worked together to make it happen, and at our specific meetings regarding goal setting, because there was more time for explanation and, talking 2 years down the line, we brought the community with us, or at least that was our intent. And Cecilia brought up the point that the community can have more peace of mind because we're working 2 years out. It's not every year, which comes up so quickly. And you're thinking, how is this going to go? How's this going to go? So we're hoping that with that longevity and forward thinking and the forward thinking actions that we hit the bullseye, which brings us to our gift. It's simply a target with an arrow shooting straight through it.
Okay, awesome.
It's not as creative.
So there's multiple arrows going on.
And there's
That's good.
dollar signs coming from it.
There you go. That is
So,
All right, let's give a round of applause. That was great. You mentioned the change being like an initial thing that's scary, and there's a fear of loss of what's happened. And we've got the exercise in the afternoon, if we've got time for kind of doing this again, breaking up this afternoon, if there's time. Patty McCord talks about change and saying that she wants to have people's mindsets move from like wistfully thinking about the past to excited about what can we create. So like being excited about the change rather than the change being a negative. And it sounds like staff moved very quickly through that process right away. Yeah, cool, thank you. So corners over here.
Want to go there?
Yeah.
So we, bear with us, we picked a subset of the comments, the dog park.
Surprise, surprise.
But, yeah, but not that long ago, we've all already kind of taken it for granted because it's there and it's success, but we need to all remind ourselves that it wasn't that long ago. 2 years ago, at the council goal setting session, the idea was resurrected, and a lot of people, staff and the community were like, oh, been there, done that, why are we gonna do this again? But it really did evolve in the last 2 years from, okay, this is an important thing again, to why can't it go in one of our existing parks, to, oh, let's turn the South Park into a dog run. And at one point, we had set up a mock-up up there to make that decision.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, as that was evolving, this side was evolving. And the need and the location came together. And so we were able to build the dog park that we have now. But it has become such an important piece of the community already. It's being built into the planning phase of the development of the granite property, just like this building and the building next door. And so it kind of evolved. The idea of the dog park predates all of us, really, most of us. But it's been through multiple iterations, but we finally made it happen. And we feel like it was forward thinking because it's hard to say it, but there's more dogs than kids in town. And that's been said about San Francisco too. So you need to start accommodating the people that live in your town. And if they want a dog park and they have dogs, let's create it for them. We were definitely open-minded through the evolution of the process because, you know, when I first heard about a dog park, I said, well, there's plenty of space at Vineyard Park, just put it there, what's the problem? And then I learned that was not a preferred choice for the people that live by Vineyard Park. And so we were open-minded and trying to come up with creative solutions to the point where we mocked one up in that skinny piece of property down at the South parking lot. Ultimately, that it didn't become that. We definitely committed to doing it once we had the idea and the focus, and you see our commitment here. And then I think the results of that we think the results of that have unified kind of all of us in, hey, we can take these ideas and make them a reality, and the community is really enjoying them. And it's sustainable because it's been built it's being built into the planning of the future of this site. And it's even on one of our list of things to do today. So from that perspective, even though everybody's used to it already, we need to remember how it came to be. It seems like a simple little thing, but it really was complicated. Our hashtag is hashtag a town's best friend. And our image was just a dog chewing on a bone. Done, just like we chewed on it until we got a place, and now.
Yeah. It's a great story. I think that's important to talk about how the project changes and evolves over time as more people get to weigh in on it, that neighborhood that you first were thinking of, and then you end up with something better every single time. And you've got that kind of growth. So that's great. All right. More marketing material for you, Hillary. And Leslie over here.
All right, so I'm gonna turn it over to Samantha. We're gonna highlight just a few things that Samantha and her great team at the community center do for all of our towns.
Well,
So
we
take
talked
it away.
about trash, but also the evolution of mainly the shredded event, and then we do the townwide yard sales this weekend, and then the next weekend is the townwide cleanup, and so those things have really evolved over time. And the shredded started with Upper Valley, and Margie was key in that, in West America Bank, and it quickly outgrew what they could hold, and so it came to our parking lot, and now it's really a Parks and Rec program. And so we talked about how why these things resonate with the community so much, and really across all different parts of our community, whether it's veterans from a veterans home, or retired adults or families or anybody really. And it's because everybody's got it. Everybody's got extra stuff, right? That they want to get rid of, whether that's by recycling it or selling it or getting rid of it. And so these 3 events that we do kind of in a consecutive way help people to kind of purge that.
Yeah.
Our hashtag was everybody's got it. And we can go through the focus in minutes, but I don't know if you want us to get into that much detail, but I think the evolution of the program just shows there was a time when Upper Valley Waste actually paid for cleanup day. That went away. The town then picked that up and said, really, we're gonna budget for that. It's a valuable resource to the community.
Yeah.
You know, the yard sales ebb and flowed with who organized it and kind of formalized it, and the shredded moved to the community center so we could handle a bigger amount of people. And now we do e-waste at the same time. And so I think just the being you know, sustainable and unified is just trying to find creative ways to continue that on. So,
Yeah.
and it's something that really touches, you know, the entire community regardless of, you know, demographics. It's accessible to everybody, and we see a big diversity in who's utilizing it, so.
Cool.
And a lot of it's kind of like the garage sales turned into like parties.
Yeah, yeah, that community element of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool. All right, thank you so much. Cool things about this exercise before we move on to the top 20 is just, you know, if we asked you to come up with another one after that, you probably could. But there's so many things that are going on that kind of fit this, so thank you for sharing those. We're gonna move on to the top 20 exercise, and we're calling Fletcher Wins.
Right. Thank you.
What?
Yeah.
All of you should have is the 10 black.
Oh, it's the 10 black ones?
Only
One on each name, is that right?
That's right.
all the cameras watching because they sure that no one puts two on any one.
Yeah, we don't want to skew the voting.
All right. Are we ready? We can keep going, right? We're gonna take a break after this. The
Okay.
goal is to finish at 1:30, so we have 25 minutes. Just to follow up on that exercise, first of all, it's just, I think, good job to you. I want to give you a little clap, just because it's nice to hear other people talk, but I also think like, you know, what I took quickly, like, you know, Sam and the mayor talking trash, you know, the evolution of trash, how we the community. I think that's awesome. And then, you know, with Robin and Celia talking about the 2-year budget, like what jumps to mind is like, we're having this conversation right now because of the 2-year budget. If we didn't have that, we'd be talking about the TOT projections and the effect of the tariffs on like the wastewater treatment plant, right? And we'd be having like these really sort of intense conversations that truthfully, we don't have a lot of control over. So we tend to sort of get grind, you know, through the budget because you're really trying to get your best guess. But I think this is more of like a lighthearted, like, okay, what do we really want? And how do we connect? And then obviously with Hillary, talking about the, I wrote it down here now. Yeah, I mean, I think that the hashtags are what cracking me up, but and I wrote down town's best friend. My notes are kind of scattered, but the red, green, blue barbecue for the Yountville night out. That was so much work, Yountville night out. I mean, the community barbecue sort of came out of the idea of emergency preparedness, which we all knew we needed to do. We're trying to figure out how to basically make better use of the space in the back of the community center. So all those things kind of connected in a way, but the Yountville night out was like, you know, hit it out of the park. So I think it relates to, we talked about the commons, which we're going to talk about later, which I know is the biggest thing. But truthfully, Yountville night out was a huge thing in terms of like what everyone was asking for. And by having partnerships and working together and all of that, and then obviously the ending with the dog park, it seemed like a good ending of like small things make big impacts sometimes. And, you know, there was a lot to it. And I remember even like, when we had the one meeting, once we knew we had the school and we knew where we wanted to put it, it was even contentious then, right? Remember this. And remember there was an outline because we were talking about a dog run and I remember when John went and marked it out, like with the painter before we actually had the fence, you know, and actually you can now see it in the aerial. You know, it was kind of like this, if you recall, it was like a little bit of an L. And I remember walking out there and I was like, you know what, these trees right here need to be inside the dog park. And so we just made it a rectangle. Some people were like, who decided that? And I was like, it was me. They deserve shade. And now when you see the dog park, like everyone's under the trees.
Yeah.
Right? But it was like, those are little things that make a big difference. But sometimes, like, you know, we have to just get things done, and that's what I do believe people appreciate more than anything. The process is important, but the results are far more important. So the exercise that we're going to go through now, I will quickly talk through the top 20. These again are collective wins. Once I'm done, this is when the council, you come up here all together, okay? I trust you all, you know this, but I almost put your initials on the black dot so that nobody plays, I'm going to put 2 here because this is my favorite sort of situation, right?
But we can put 2.
You can put 1 dot on 10 things. Okay, on the next exercise, you're getting, you can double up dots. But this is just like, out of these top 20, which hopefully at least all of you agree on, what are your top 10? Okay, that's simply it. So when I'm done talking, the 5 of you will come up with your black dots and you will just sit here on top of each other. You know, there's no speeches or statements or anything. It's just quickly like this. And then we back away from it. And Jim, you can interpret it. You know, I can ad lib. But this is just a way to hopefully, you know, say, hey, there's a lot we're doing. Not everything is difficult, like to your point, Jim. But like when we have sort of collective vision, like things are much easier. When there's things like that are kind of, you know, maybe we don't all agree. That's more of what the next exercise is about. Like how do we make, you know, sort of trade-off decisions? But I think these are, and also start talking about year-round festive lights that enhance pedestrian safety and wayfinding. I think this is the idea of certain areas. And that we can do festive lights, and I'll just use right here as an example. Behind, if you know where we built the memory wall, like that tree should be lit year round because when people come to the bathrooms at dark, we also have parking lot issues. By having lights on this building, it makes it safer. Entertainment zones that promote ideas such as Know You at Night and Happy South Thursday. But these ideas are, just so you know, are just simply ideas. Know You at Night. Sort of this idea of like, after Ponchas opens, let's kind of make North Yountville an area that's more attractive to nightlife. Nightlife to me in Yountville is like 7 to 10 o'clock. But and then Happy South Thursday was kind of to me what's already happening with Bellagio and Priest Ranch. Like Thursdays, they're already kind of doing stuff. But entertainment zones is legislation passed by Scott Wiener. An infamous Wiener bill, but in this case, it's not him forcing housing down our throats, which is what we're used to. When you see a Wiener bill, Aaron will usually cringe because it's like you get to build 5-story housing across the street from anything. In this case, he was trying to bring nightlife back to San Francisco. So as long as you have support of law enforcement, which we have talked to them, they like this idea, you're able to do things like open containers and other like use permit things that provide flexibility in sort of bringing nightlife. So that's legislation, and these are ideas, but these are not ideas like that are fully baked, okay? The Mardi Gras Parade, which we did, which I think was off to a great start, was kind of this idea of how do we deal with February? And so what I'm showing here is February is Yountville Days, and the idea of, you know, carnival or what have you is how do we get people here during that time of year? So I think we can, if it's a priority, we can work together. We have our chamber partner here. We can figure out, and to me, it's heads and beds, like is the success meter, but it's also like, I don't know, Sam said we had double the people. I think this is a hard metric to define, but when you can get community wins and tourism wins, like that's obviously win-wins that we're seeking. The Legacy Trail with narrative connecting historic buildings, peoples, and places. This is like what we talked about, but generally this is to me the idea of like we already have historic things. Buildings, obviously people. There are places, you know, like the cemetery is a good example where there are historic things. So if we design and develop a narrative similar to our art walk, like this is just connecting what exists. This isn't about the expansion of it, just so you know. Because we did talk about that and we're still trying to sort through what this is. Temporary use permits to support and condition pop-ups and recurring events. So TUPs, okay, and this is what I talked to Aaron, you're used to TUPs, right? He's like, yeah, we do TUPs all the time. Town of Yountville never did, it's not in our code. I'm used to TUPs and CUPs, right? That's what we used to call it. Conditional use permits, temporary use permits. Conditional use permits are what we call use permits. And this is like the county thing, like with your use permit. This isn't a discretionary action which allows the governing body to put conditions on use permits, goes through a formal process. TUPs are in essence like no more than a year, sometimes 3 months, 6 months, but it's ministerial. And it allows for things like pop-ups, like Lay Lava or the farmer's market that's currently happening. It gives flexibility for temporary things. You still condition them. There still is work to be done, like what's allowed within a TUP. So you're not allowed to like pop up a hotel. You know, it's like those things are all like, let me run through it all and then I'll get all clarifying if I can do that. So that's what that is. TUPs, we would bring up a code update. It gives us more flexibility for pop-ups, recurring events. We have a special events permit. It's different, right? A special event permit is intended to be a one-off, like parade or, I don't know, something that, you know, we may throw in town somewhere. It's one thing. It's not every week one thing. So it's different, and I think it needs a different tool. And this is very common in local government. It's just, we don't have it here. So that's what that is. The Yountville still sparkling fountains to promote reusable bottles. That was wordsmithing. So this is generally this idea, if we improve our public faucets or fountains that allow still and sparkling water, that this will promote people carrying around some of you have reusable, some of you do not. You know, some have recyclables, some have single-use plastics. I think this is the idea of how do you get reusable bottles? And I do think partnering with hotels and making this something that we're doing as an encouragement and a promotion versus like, you can't do this, I think is a way to get what I've heard as a win-win. And I do feel like there's data, which I shared with you. You know, Paris did this. 40% reduction in single-use plastics. Like there are good examples of how this actually works. And it's not like this crazy idea. It's actually something I think I have a pretty good proposal on what it might cost us to do this. Zip car and other mobility options. And then in parentheses here, or excuse me, I got jumped over the waste bins. Workable 3-bin waste sorting with gray, blue, and green. We all know that the 3-bin thing is confusing, okay? Let's all just admit this. I said something, Pam, recently where I said what the world needs. It said the world needs not a handful of people doing zero waste perfectly. It needs millions of people doing it imperfectly. But we're not doing it very well. We all recognize this. I think it's something we can do better. And I do think like there are workable solutions, but this is where we have to work with, you know, start with ourselves, then work with the businesses. But when I put in parentheses here, and you'll see that on the next one, and there are other examples. When it's in parentheses, that is hard. Community composting is hard, okay? It's very hard because you have to manage the pile. You have to make sure you put the right stuff on the pile. Like, I'm not going to put this on the easy list. You'll see this on the hard list. Like, if you want to do this, like, this is an investment. This is hard. Similarly, we could do zip car and mobility options, but right-sizing the B-bus is hard. For us to work with NVTA and do something that the community wants will be hard. The south parking lot with limo, bus parking, food truck docking, and charging stations. This is basically the south parking lot that we're designing, but integrating some of the things we've heard, right? Which to me are all doable, and John Rosalba and I are working on that, but I want to see what you all think. Vine Trail gateways enhancements, like coming off of Vine Trail off of Weber, looks like you're coming into a back alley through a back cave, right? It's like, how do we make that a better gateway into the community? And then the idea of continuing to enhance it. This is just our segment, okay? You will see on the hard list, basically the idea of we will review the segment that goes to St. Helena. We understand that will be hard. This is not our project. This is someone else's project. Okay, well water storage tank with 3-day emergency supply. That's something we've been working on. We can talk about that more. The Oak Circle spillway and early warning system. This is where, you know, the spillover or the overflow happens right there on Oak Leaf, where we all know, okay, John knows usually exactly when it's going to flood. 542, you're going to have the overflow. By simply designing a little spillway, which you see in dams, that gives people early warning, this will help the people that are wondering, when do I park my car outside the thing? I think there's a lot to that, but this is like hey, let's do something to improve that. Virtual power plant, microgrid in parentheses, because microgrids are hard. Virtual power plant is basically distributed batteries with this idea of being net zero. So what I mean by distributed batteries, And what you'll see is this connects, like the backup generator we have at town hall is a natural gas generator. We need to replace it. Let's replace it with batteries. Let's do a battery over here, a battery over there. When you link batteries, you have basically a virtual power plant, right? It's distributed, it's not central. So that's the idea. I think we can do it, but it's sort of one thing at a time. But we would start with town hall and we would then kind of work our way. And Commons is the obvious place to get it started. Okay. We already talked about the red-green barbecues ending with Yountville night, expand digital bulletin boards. You see we're starting to do that just outside of the store. Then we get into the library broadband enhancements from the LATA report. That's what you just heard through Jason recently. Under building trust, the idea of customer service surveys and service delivery metrics. This would be like, hey, you get a permit after your final, you get something in your email. How did we do? How can we improve? That kind of thing. And then how do we have metrics to say, hey, this is how many permits, this is how quickly we respond to deemed complete applications. Like, how are we doing from a service delivery standpoint? Handbooks with standard operating procedures. You just saw the first one, which was Public Works and Planning. And thanks to Aaron and John spending 6 months, like we took something extremely complicated and put it in a 3-page document. We can do more of that. And then improve job site postings and public information. So this is the idea that you drive around town and you see a job site posting, like there should be a QR code that takes you back to the plans. There should be more information available to the public that's interested in any kind of project that may be in the permitting process. And I think we talked about that. There's also the fill in the blank. You have the write-in candidate for anything that's not in here. So if I miss something, feel free to wordsmith yourself. But I'm happy to, I know, I tried in briefings yesterday to explain these things. If there are clarifying questions, I'm sure there are. Okay.
Well, I know that it doesn't help you any if we don't, like, I want 20 dots because I think all of these initiatives are worthy of attention. And my question is, if we put dots on 10, and one of the other ones that didn't get a lot of dots comes available, we are going to partake in that, right?
Of course, we'll be opportunistic, but I'm having deja vu. I think you're gonna have to when you said, I want more dots. I only gave you 7, it's just the next exercise. So the whole top 20 is sort of designed to give you more dots, okay? So you have 10 more dots. All right, so be happy with the dots you got. I guess this is the challenge of prioritizing. This is what the staff does every day, just so you know. We don't just wake up and say we're gonna do 20 things. We figure out what the most important thing on our list is, and we try to finish it before we start the next. At least that's how I try to do it. Sometimes it's very hard when you have 20 things you're working on at once. I'm sure people can sympathize with this challenge. So it's an exercise. Don't think you're voting like at a council meeting here. So what we will do is, again, after you're done, we'll be able to look and see what got 5 dots, what got 4, what got 3, what got 2, what got 1, what got 0. It will help us as a staff prioritize the work that needs to get these difficult things done, even though they're on the quote unquote easy list. They're on the collective win list. This is where I do feel like, and I'm glad to say you wish you had 20 dots. I hope you all feel the same way. If there's anything you don't like, I would ask you to speak up right now and say, hey, I don't like that. But I feel like these are all like good things. So let's just help the staff prioritize, and that's the exercise.
I think I would agree. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna, so the temporary use permit, that would involve changing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so we would have an option at that point to decide for how long, right? Like a 6-month versus a year?
It would be up to a year. Basically, when you have that use group matrix, I call it, which is like, okay, what type of permit requires, a ministerial versus discretionary action? We would have a third column basically that said, we would allow farmers markets per TUP. So you would agree to that, but then we as a staff would make the decision without going to council on it. We would have to judge it like
But
this.
the outside parameters we would be involved in.
Correct. Yeah, you would frame it and then give us the tools to do these things quickly.
Because ministerial sometimes is very good.
Yeah.
Because it just takes so long to do it.
Anything you want to clarify? Did I explain it?
See, everyone
I
has.
guess I'll say real quickly, I can use 20 dots too, but I think when I look at some of these, like the temporary use permit.
I'll you these for 20.
But when I look at these, I look at where I'll put dots is where do I give staff more flexibility? And then if you have temporary use permits and that support conditional pop-ups and reoccurring permits, and some of these other things will happen and encourage some innovative thinking. So
Yeah, no, it's
So
just
it's-
opportunistic. Yeah, we're gonna try to get all these things done. But truthfully, what I liked about this exercise, like, because I was thinking about the more dot thing, that's kind of what drove me here, you know, but also like, we've been here long enough, I kind of know these 5 people pretty well now. Obviously, I know you really well, like, they need to kind of understand what you're thinking. But I think the reality of the good council manager, department head, form of government is like, you realize, like, we're gonna do what you're saying. Like, we're gonna be opportunistic. We're gonna jump on opportunities if we see the ability to do things that are quote unquote easy. So this is just direction, which is a lot of what the day is all about. You're not making decisions, you're giving direction. So think of it that way so that you don't have to belabor where you put the dot. And I think what will be telling for us, because I think individually I can say sort of how you feel about these things, but collectively I can't. You know, that's where the dots become kind of a way of communicating. And it's not, don't overcomplicate it, I guess is my point of view.
And I agree about the 20 dots, but I also understand the thing of priorities, because, you know, you just staff cannot do everything all at once. So I think it is important to prioritize.
Appreciate it.
And also, we don't know what's coming down the road, so there could be something unexpected that is going to take up a lot of time. And so then it's good to have a list that says, okay, but we're still gotta get to this or that. So I think it's good to prioritize.
All right, you have 5 minutes for priority.
Right.
2 minutes, dot, 0. 30 seconds.
Now, that's not gonna happen.
Well, you get to take a break when you're done. How's that?
Yeah, there you go. We can talk about selling our house.
So, I know, so hard.
It is hard.
I'm ready to put them on.
Whoops, we're gonna take that out of your paycheck. It'll only take me 10 years to pay for it.
Give us again. Been here.
Very
well.
well.
No, you made one of the potato fruits.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's forward over.
We're gonna have a Mardi Gras. But, you know, we're still gonna have lots.
February is a good month.
There were a lot of people. Like, who were estimating the crowd. There were a lot of
Well, they're both. Maryland's is not.
that and Yountville. I thought of you, I was at the top here. State of Nevada is thinking of banning plastic water bottles around Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
Now that they get.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, no.
Something else
One side.
I might have put.
I did one.
Okay.
So I haven't done that.
Yeah. We're.
Yeah, we need to stay in order.
In my research. I think you're allowed. Yeah. I started too casually. Darn it.
I have to create my list, I have to run more, otherwise I would go.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Put over the words, too. Go over the words, John, so you stay in the line, because I should create a big enough.
Space.
Customer service.
Yes, that is on customer service, but I couldn't take it back off without ripping it.
Well, that was my French channel.
I'm going in when things seem slow.
Come on in.
You're both.
Here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go through.
I'm starting to eat.
I went out to the garden.
The next round's gonna be much harder.
Vote for
Or to do that, I didn't do the heading.
My early warning. Get out of the way. Okay.
Early warning system goes in red.
Yeah.
I think I got them all.
Yeah. I think I did. Should have.
Don't have any more dots?
Dots.
That's why those things are falling.
Oh, you guys had the time. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, then we'll look at it and we'll say a few things, we can start the next one. Because we go into the next exercise next, right? Yeah, that's them talking, so I'm gonna try, even on jog, I have to come back. You think that was good bait? Yeah. Okay. You didn't have a problem with that?
Okay, so 10-minute break. And then we'll reconvene. Do you like that?
I don't like it.
Don't like them, but you want more.
Too many words to make.
Yeah.
It looks like we're gonna have a big tie for 3 dots.
I know, well, that's really bad. And I forgot which ones I already put on. You get all different. Dang it.
Sorting out in front.
It's done.
One other.
Yeah.
So we are breaking now, so I know your chat, we're just taking a break and then we'll recap once we restart, so. After.
Or no, it's not the plan.
You guys can probably, well, you know, go to the front yard.
We're talking about that.
Oh, you did?
What's the, line about? Yeah, I want to really go blind. It's on the list, but I want to blind jurisdictional boundary.
Hey, you know, you got color, so why don't you do color?
Well, that's Brad. The last thing we were, should we remind you or do we talk about it over there? Just so everyone feels they don't come to you like, why are we doing it? We didn't want to.
Truthfully, I would tell you.
Like the double. You saw
Okay. But I did have on. Yeah, I would take a colorful one.
And he said infant, but like, for the most part, they're just like, you know? So, but.
People know what we're.
That's the here. It's good, it's good.
What's the composting there?
Well, when I put that in front of you, you'll see like, and I do feel like we do
No, I wouldn't put it down there.
But also specialized in.
In gold.
I know. Yeah, so trainer. Yeah. Yeah. Fairfield. We're from Fairfield. Yeah, she wants to go to downtown. That's good. Well, yeah.
So for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are both on the list to meet with, so. Yeah. And it's something that. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting how many, what's the right word? Dots, all the same place. That's good. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that works, yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good, like, probably, yeah. Right, she doesn't know. I know. Yeah, I used to, I was often. Yeah. It's, yeah, she's got just so much. Yeah. But yeah. Because
All right, we got 12. Tie to 3. But try to divide it up so
But I think maybe I should go through this and say, we're already sorry. They try to sway, so when you look at 5, like they obviously. So I don't think I want to go and talk about like, I think I can talk about. And say, like this will help us. So we'll get that one.
Eventually, this one.
Yeah, I'm all ready to roll.
Don't want that.
Yeah. Nobody's seen what's talking about. All right, Chad. Okay, good time.
So she'll have to make a vision. Yeah, she'll have to do it. Mandatory.
However, I do have one that says further sponsor the office. So yeah, so I'll talk about that. I think it's a little bit.
Everybody gets interested. Don't get me wrong. It's right now. My head.
Well, for sure, yeah, there you go.
And then you go, like,
That's all.
Yeah. Just so many things. Right, yeah, I should try to use
All right, we're wrapping up our break. Ready to do.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, you want me just to go, or you want to? We can tag team. Go for it.
Do it.
So, with the
I was gonna.
All right, when you're wrapping up, or when you're, feel free to stand. Paul, okay. So I'm not going to go through all this other than the two things that got 5 dots, which was the Yountville still sparking fountains and the customer service surveys and the service delivery metrics. You can see everything else. This is really helpful. I saw John came up and took a picture of it, so he's going to probably ask AI to convert that into a flow chart. Engineering drawing. It's going to be posted on our module board tomorrow, right? And then it'll be, this is how we're going to do it. But no, I think all of these are useful, and all of these things are good. And I do think, like, some of you, I will say, were savvy in the sense that when I said, oh, no dots on expanded digital bulletin boards, because we're kind of already doing that, right? So I'm not going to give that a dot, because the only one we're talking about doing, I think, is we're talking to Sam about the community center where we post the agenda there. But, if there's areas that, you're interested in, this is where obviously one-on-one, you can all talk to me, or if there's ideas. I actually even talked, I think at one point to the chamber about your bulletin board, which is that map, and like, if we want to work together on making that better, like, by all means, we'd love to talk to you about that. We've shown how we can do the TVs. Jason was here earlier, by the way, because people were asking questions. Supposedly you could spray a hose on that TV. This is how outdoor proof that thing is, right?
We're not going to, but
People ask me, if you were sensitive to rain, but I think that's, you see it now in airports and everywhere, you get the touch screen, it's interactive. And so I think that's kind of the idea, but the point is like, we're still gonna do that. To your opportunistic, like if there's an opportunity, and then, yeah, feel free to come out and take a picture of this and, consider it as part of like the new, I guess priorities, and this will lead into, and I was talking to City at the break, I mean, there's definitely some budgeting to this, but it's not like heavy budgeting, like none of these things like require like a big line item. This is where we get into this work, like these things sometimes do, and I can't tell you exactly what things are going to cost. I will tell you just to caveat what I just said, none of these things require a big general fund budget, okay? There are certain items like the water tank where we're going to present to you, I think, a very creative and opportunistic opportunity to fund that project. It's been lingering based since you've been here, right? 5 years, people have been talking about this. So that will come to you at your budget meeting, which will be on May 20th. There's other things like the Yountville stations. We have a little waste fund. There's, as you all know, I think we manage about 20-ish funds, probably a little more. 40, when you break them all down, it's 40, but there's lots of colors of money in government, we used to say, but the green one is general fund. And so that's kind of like it's a caveat to what I just said. These are all not big general fund burdens.
Two quick things. One is just, in the beginning, I was talking about healthy towns and responsive staff and things. And one thing I know about Brad is this will stay in his office now for the next 365 days, and he'll be referring to it in all the meetings that he has. I think it's really cool, like the Dots did last year. And then also, I wanted to draw a quick line between kind of the visionary and pragmatic that I was talking about earlier, where the council can put dots on this, and then I think it's also, we need to ask staff, like, is this doable? You saw this list of these 10 things, can we accomplish this? This particular exercise was set up to be particularly doable things. So I think I'll see head nods when I turn over to this group and say, does this look like this is a doable list over here? But kind of connecting the resources, and you mentioned the budget, I think is a tie to that as well.
Yeah, of course. So again, budget meeting, which will be one meeting unless we have to have another one in June, will be May 20th. And so that will be when we'll present the whole budget. We'll talk through things, of course, but it's not going to be new things, hopefully. So before I get to this, I'm going to just talk through this because as you recall, last year, the board sort of had these 4 columns. And this was something that I saw once actually at the Costco optical lab where they make all the eyeglasses for the country. It's an amazing facility that just, has like the Six Sigma and all these efficiency things everywhere. But they had in essence organized things into 4 columns, which are things we're done, things we're doing, things that are on the to-do list, meaning, hey, we're getting to it, we know what's happening, and then, new things. And so when you organize that, what's nice, which I'm going to do now, is I'm going to go through all the things we got done. So you can look at last year's list. I don't want to go through last year's list. It gets to be a lot. But the Commons vision, that's where it's like, we've got it. Like, on the day, it was May 4th, we said a year prior, we're going to do it. We did it. And not only did we do that, but we did the 5 things we said we were going to do, which was Schmidt Hall, where we're standing, the dog park, which we've talked about, Yountville Fit, which has, I think, been a big hit for the community, the farm stand, which just opened, and then the farm stand garden, which Peter Jacobson is making into this beautiful place. So those 5 things, plus now, by the way, the Locals Lounge, I do put it on here, it will likely open on June 21st. Just so you know, it's a 1 room in the Yountville Fit. It's where the locals can go for free. If they get a bowl of soup, they can go in there. We also put a huge TV in, they can go watch council meetings in there. Big screen, life-size council meetings. But I think we got a lot done with the Commons, so I think we really have to breathe out the joy. It's use the hashtag. And I think it's, it gives us confidence to move forward as a staff, at least for me. Okay, now we have to, and you'll see, on the hard list is going to be the planning phase and also saving for construction, because those 2 things, and I'll talk about that later. The North Yountville parking circulation sidewalk plan, that's done. And I think we're going to be pouring concrete up there in a month, maybe 2 months. So, our paving project is North Washington Street. So before we do the paving, we want to do the concrete. And so this will be the sidewalk work that we talked about, which will be in front of Ponchos and Chichios, and also the bus stop will become ADA compliant. So that whole area by basically improving that intersection will become a much better, safer area, and it will all happen before Ponch's reopens. So I think that's important. So that's done. It just needs to get paid. So design. Obviously, you approved the Ponch's permit. There was a whole conversation during that time about that. So that's done. The NVTID, the Tourism Improvement District, or the Visit Napa Valley renewal, that was hard, to say the least. We're still working on it, but you did vote on it. It has been approved. But now, because I'm a member of the oversight board, we're still trying to get through some of the, oversight issues. I'll just leave it at that. But you have a regional and a local, so I think what we're still going to be doing is the local budget, which will be coming, next month. The broadband study got done. I already talked about the interim uses, the shade structure up in the community park. That took longer. I mean, good things take a long time, right? It's a good thing, but I don't know when you started that, Sam. Right before I got here, so 3 years ago, 4 years ago,
Yeah,
5 years ago.
conversationally, yes, budgeting wise and the CIP, yeah.
Yeah, so it's beautiful. Now, the only problem with success, everyone wants more. Oh, and you'll see on the list is Veteran Park, like what can we do there? So we'll talk about that, but it's hard. Okay. Paving projects, we got obviously we're continuing. I think I actually should have changed that to Solano, but that was the previous year. Modernizing town hall, the technology keeps, the landscaping and the lobby got done. So I think most people agree that was a huge improvement. So done. We restored park and rec staffing. So I remember it was a few months ago. Sam looked at me like, look, I love my staff. Like in a really kind of like this way where we all go through, we're rebuilding, planning building, Aaron's working on that, but it is a huge thing, and the council agreed to do that. We had it on the list, We also added, which I said here, staffing and public works. So that was like, we bought this, we recognize this doesn't maintain itself. We rearranged staff, and we're actually, through this budget, talking about some upward mobility, which you'll hear about at your next council meeting, of how do we make sure we retain staff, keep good staff, because that's the key to keeping everything beautiful and operating. The sheriff contract extension got done. Seems easy, not easy. Obviously, one of the bigger police and fire we contract out. That's important. Great partners with the sheriff. It's just been really easy to work with. It's nice to have very little crime, but it's also, they need to be here, and it's always tricky when you don't have crime. We had a fire yesterday. Most of you heard. The fire department was at Chichio's like that, and thank God, because it could have been bad. So those are little things that pay off when things like that happen, but they rarely happen. So it's like important. Drainage and flushing weirs. We do this every year. See this on the next one, and every year John has a program, and this is important. The JPA we did actually the year prior, but we did the water contract extension, which that's not easy. Okay, not easy. This is where it's nice to have a relationship with the secretary who can talk to DGS, who can deal with things that are unique to the town and the Vets Home relationship. And the water contract is such. So it's not like we can do a year-to-year contract. We need 10-year contracts so that we can work together on very big projects. And they were able to do that, but not easy. The garden club and the farm stand garden. This is like the Imagine Yountville grant that went to Peter Jacobson, and now we have the 4G club, as we're calling ourselves, and now there's food growing right behind this wall, and that's not easy. You all saw the schoolyard garden die. I've seen community gardens die. Community gardens are hard. Doing what we're doing is, in my view, a much better model where you have one person with a group that's creating it, and then it's being given to the farm stand so that those prices, as you know, are 50% off for locals. So that's the community benefit of both the garden and the farm stand. But got it done. Part of the small project grants, I will point out Sam, and Sam will tell you, not easy. $50,000 going through our foundation to spread around the community for good things, not easy. Too many people, sadly. Just look at an idea, and it's like it may be the greatest idea in the world, but is it Yountville focused? Like, does it really improve Yountville? What does it improve in Yountville? So these are hard things. where Sam had to sit in the room, and then you're dealing in a Brown Act environment with people that don't know what the Brown Act means, and how do you have meetings, and how do you make motions, and how do you do things, and wait, I didn't mean that. All of that's hard. But we did it, we're gonna do it again, and we're gonna keep getting a little better at it, and I just want you to understand that, again, it's hard, but we're committed to that. The C-Click Fix citizen request system, that was kind of a transition from what we used to call the Yountville app that nobody was using. We are getting people using C-Click Fix. It's a little simpler, but it's generally, if anyone is going down the street, you can take a picture of anything and report it to the town so that we can hopefully fix it. You can do it anonymously if that's, sometimes where neighbor issues are tricky, So I think that's big. The Yountville Night Out, the barbecues, we already talked about that. Great job, Hillary and everyone else. The biennial budget, we talked about that. Thanks, Celia, and all of your team. Hopefully you realize now that it's easier. The handbook we talked about, we have a handbook, it's available to the public, which we should, through the chamber and others, make sure people know. This is simply like, how does planning and building work with public works? So trees are a great example. I want to get down a tree. How do I get down a tree? Well, is it a public tree or is it a private tree? You go through a process, and it's now outlined very simply, as well as code enforcement, as well as permits, as well as counter support, as well as the Washington Street Activation Program, signage. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. And because these two departments have to overlap a lot, some cities just finally go, we're going to do development services as a department. Because we don't explain the difference between planning, building, public works, or engineering. It's hard. Because it depends. Like, you come in the door, and it's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to build an ADU. Oh, okay, what else? Oh, I gotta take down a tree. Okay, well, that goes forward. Okay, well, you got to submit it. Is it going to be deed restricted? Oh, no, it's just for me. Okay, that goes to a different door. So all of those things are hard. So we did our best. And this is where my favorite lawyer quote comes to mind is, when someone sent me a really long email, a lawyer one time, and he said, I would have made it shorter, but I didn't have the time. We took the time to make it shorter, right? This could have been a 20-page SOP that nobody would read. Now you can get it, it's 3 pages, and hopefully it makes sense to the general public. And that's thanks to, and Jim facilitated that. That's where it was like really useful to say, hey, Jim, sometimes it's hard for the town manager or the city manager to get in the middle of that. Because it does get tricky, and it's always kind of like the government salute, like, it's not me. And I feel like that is a great example of what we can continue to do. And this gets into where the 5 dots got on service delivery metrics and so forth. So great job. And then finally, we continue to develop the Yountville connection. And I think this is an important, newsletter that Hillary helps produce with the department heads. And I think this is where we speak with one voice. And I do think like Sam puts out the Park and Rec ad, right? Which is like every 3 months or 4 months, like a whole magazine of just incredible stuff. So keep doing that. This is like you hear from Patty, like, you do so good, just keep doing that. But the blurb was kind of like, what is it? 7 pages of information. And I think what we tried to do through the connection was not only integrate videos and make things visual learning, which seems to be, what you hear, at least all my kids and all their friends are visual learners. And that's part of society. But I think we need to, and this is where Hillary's great in terms of like getting the information from the department heads. Like, what do we need to communicate? We hear from you as well. This is a daily thing, but every 2 weeks we produce basically a magazine, and I think it's critical. So, do we clap now? This is my done. I'm not going to do the same what you're doing and what you do, but this is you can read through it. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. A lot of stuff we do every year, but you get into things that are complicated, I do have the Chamber of Commerce partnership on the board there. That obviously is something we work on each year. All of these things are things we're doing. Some things we will be doing forever, And then, when you see things on the to-do list, those are mostly either projects or things that we, are trying to figure out before we start them. But, it sort of has a beginning and an end, okay? So these things are all different, but hopefully you read through them because I want to get to this because I think this is where we're going to do our work today. And we'll start with what we ended with, which is the last time we talked about the commons, and I think the first thing when I'm done talking, we're gonna do is you're gonna get to come up and put your gold dots. Now you can put them wherever you want, but if you want to realize the vision that was created by the community for the commons, I will just guarantee you need to focus your resources there, okay? So that's what I'll say about that, because the planning phase is harder than the visioning phase in terms of the technical work that's needed. Everyone keeps saying, how much is it going to cost, or who's going to build it? It's like, we have a lot of work to do to answer the questions responsibly. I can project things and, oh, it's going to be this or that, but we're still, sort of trying to figure that out. And I think that's going to take a year, and you'll see in the budget. I mean, I think it's going to take a couple $1 million. Okay. I think we probably spent $1.5 million to $2 million to do what we did the past year. It's probably the same thing. But I'll explain that in the budgeting session. But this is, the planning phase. And, don't forget, we need to save for construction. We need to continue to build equity towards whatever is built. So think of it like saving up for a house. You need to create an equity fund that gives you the ability to issue bonds if you choose to build something. So those are, to me, I think, why I put them in gold. The reason I put the linked virtual power nodes, as I call them, because this is where you get into wordsmithing, because last year we had 5 dots on microgrid. And we talked about energy resilience, because it was actually after we had the power outage, right? The business were going crazy because of 30-hour outage. What's the town going to do about it? The idea of a microgrid is basically a grid behind a grid, right? We have PG&E's grid, like we create a grid behind it. Extremely difficult, okay? And we talked to MCE, which is our partner, Marin Clean Energy. And I actually sat through a session where they said, what we're talking about now is virtual power plants. So this gets into, again, distributed batteries, more of a decentralized approach. And if you remember, I did a presentation after I did that week at Stanford where I came back and basically Stanford was saying, at some point, you're going to plug your house into your car. The battery in the car will be strong enough to charge your house. Well, I look forward to that day, but people are, doing, of course, Tesla walls and figuring out how to do their homes. I think here at the Commons, we have an opportunity, and the reason I put it in green, because it kind of links back to something that we're doing on our to-do list, which is we have to replace the town hall backup generator. It's not serving the whole building, and it's actually powered or fueled by natural gas, unlike the diesel generator we got at the community center. So that's a problem. We can get into why natural gas generators are a problem, but I think the opportunity to do a node, if I'm using this word, over a town hall, which could connect to a node, truthfully, that runs this building or Yountville 5th, gives us the ability to start to create this virtual power plant. So not easy. And then what you see down here is I put microgrid with community center. So this is the idea of could we connect the commons through Bardessono to the community center? And that's more of a microgrid. This would require PG&E to get involved, because all of a sudden, private customer, this is not easy there. So this is why I make a distinction. And I think as you talk about energy resilience, I want to explain that because it's complicated. And I will tell you that the green idea is much easier than the white idea for those of you that are trying to weigh your dots. So I should pause to explain the dots to those that don't know how the dots, and I do explain it, I know, yesterday. But it's simply, we're going to finish, I'm going to finish, you're going to come up and just place your gold dots, okay? Place them wherever you want, and then we're done. And then we're going to go through a process of 3. First, we're going to have like a roundtable discussion after we do that. And we can do that before too. I know you're going to, we can do that before the gold dot. If that makes more sense to you, Jim. But then you all can just get to talk, truthfully, like about what you like, what you don't like. This is a dialogue amongst the council. You can ask questions of the staff. We're here to, it's like, hey, what does this mean? What does that mean? Jim will facilitate this. So this becomes raise your hand, and Jim calls on you. And I think that's hopefully, like we talked about, 10 to 15 minutes, right? And then where the process actually starts, behind the gold dots, is that, and we decided yesterday we're going to do green, blue, red. And it's gonna be kicked off by Pam with green. She's gonna come up with her green dot, place it where she wants, with the green symbolizing environmental, right? Like, what is an environmental? And then you also have a silver dot, which sort of represents resources. So you will come up, you can place them on the same place, or you can place them separately. And you will make a statement of why you're doing that. Putting my green dot X because of why. Similarly with the, and then you sit down, and then we'll just go down the row, okay? So once we're done with the green dots, then we'll start with blue dots. We're kind of similar trip. We'll come up and do the blue dot. We'll do the same thing, except that we'll go Eric, Pam, Robin, and Mayor. So we're going to end with the vice mayor on each one, and then finally Eric will come up and he will place the red dot, and we'll do the same. So we'll do that 3 times with the hope that that is a 30-minute process. So that's kind of like our next hour. And I'll just quickly go through the rest, but I do think this is where mainly I want you to ask us questions during the roundtable and we can clarify things. These 3 things are connected. To partner for unmet civic commercial needs, I gave 2 examples, historic archives and a butcher, okay? And the reason I gave those examples was because we talked long time, even before I got here, about what are resident serving needs, or what is resident serving retail, even in our general plan. And so through the comments, we talked about, this is this, I think, pretty watercolor of the whole thing. But we talked about the civic promenade along Yount, which is this visual. And we talked about what I'm just going to call the food hub, but it was more commercial around what is now the farm stand, the snack bar. There's been a lot of conversations about what are the unmet needs. I think all I want you to do right now is use stickers in terms of what you think the priority is, if you choose to. And then our last session, what we finish with, I think the last 30 minutes at the end of the day, is the talk of the why, which is what you see in terms of the roads, because it's clear that Washington Street is our commercial corridor. It will always be our commercial corridor. That's what it's designed to be. Yount Street was at least intended to be our civic corridor. But when you get into this question of civic versus commercial, it's a spectrum. It's not like, you could say, and I've said, like, Town Hall is civic, the French Laundry is commercial. Right? But in the middle, you have things like Yountville Fit or the Farm Stand, and things that may not be supported because the market can't support it in Yountville. So I use the example of our historic archives. We want to have a room that has our archives. Like, that would be a civic thing. It would make sense. As you look at this visual here, and you see whatever hanging sign on a promenade, if it said Town Archives, like, that would be cool. People walk in and see for John's Bible and see things that are interesting, but like, I've heard this. You've also heard museum. Museum's hard. I don't want to say it. How hard it's working to keep the Napa Valley Museum open. It's not easy. This would not be like a fully staffed, this would just be a room which we would make available at time, whatever. But likewise, and I don't want to say a butcher is easy. I was just trying to come up with an example that I heard, but now that the farm stand is open, people are starting to see what it is. And it's more than just a place to get eggs. Obviously it's a gathering place. So as we move into the planning phase for the commons, like I want to have this conversation. This isn't with dots, this is at the end of the day, but I do think like this is a conversation I've heard a lot of ideas about. And I would tell you, we could probably do 3 civic things and 3 sort of quasi-commercial things. Like, it's not like we can do everything. I do think, like, I've heard, like, do you need Oxbow? I don't know how many tenants are in Oxbow. There's probably like 20 tenants in Oxbow. Pick your 3 favorite. We can go beg them to come to Yountville if we subsidize their operation. That's the reality of having that in Yountville. So I just don't want to, I want to be blunt about it because a lot of people think, oh, it'd just be great to have an ice cream shop. We don't want to compete with Washington on Yount, okay? We have an ice cream shop. So this is, I could go on different things where it's like, it exists on Washington. And I do think like this whole cry out for shopping, which I know is a battle cry for a lot of people, we need to figure out how to get that back on Washington. And I think there's strategies to do that, but obviously we don't control them, right? We don't own the estate. We own the commons, and they are different. So I want to be very clear, they are different. So don't think like the shoe shop or the toy store that was up on the 2nd floor of the marketplace. Let's just put it over in the commons because we miss it so much. Like That's a reality that I hear a lot. That shouldn't be our reality. Like, this should be civic focused, but I do recognize Jim is a perfect example. The market would not support a gym in Yountville. So we had to step in and do what we did in order to provide this resource to our community. And it's clearly a blue dot. You know, I mean, right? It's like, I think we can all agree on that. So I want to end there, but I want to explain it here so that we can go there, but also like, you know, you can talk. Now, the tree survey, just so you know, we are updating the tree ordinance, but if we want to literally do a survey of all the heritage trees, which was last done over 20 years ago, that's expensive and hard because these are both public and private trees. So it's not like we can get Tony the arborist to just go do a report. He's literally going to go out and catalog every tree in town that's over the, whatever the breast diameter measurement based on the species. I will just tell you, wild guess, this is probably a year-long $100,000 thing of him getting right-of-way permits to get into people's property, that he can measure their tree and they may say no. Not easy. I was talking to Aaron about this. Yes, we can present a model ordinance, but if the model ordinance references heritage trees, we have heritage trees that we identified 20 plus years ago. Is that accurate? What is it?
2007.
2020. So I want you to think about that. Not just like, oh, we're going to update the ordinance and then all of a sudden, miraculously, the heritage trees get populated by the town. Right sizing the B-bus, I already talked about that earlier. As we know, this will have to be something we work with MBTA on, not easy. Vets Park enhancements. We are working on the bathrooms. You would see that on the to-do list, but creating a shade structure that is similar or somehow like what we have in North Park or Yountville Community Park is very hard. Lincoln Theater support. So this is a new one, right? We met with CalVet last week. They kind of said, hey, you know, we might be open to a lease. I told them, that, you know, I had experience with operating venues. Most of them lose money. So this isn't like, again, like, oh, okay, like there are ideas if we want to get involved with how do we support someone who would lease it. Like there's ideas that I think we can talk about, but I want to make sure it's your priority because, you know, that's hard. That will be a hard conversation, but I do think this is a new one, which we've heard a lot about. When is the Lincoln Theater going to open? How are we, you know, this is a big issue. So we could talk about that if you put your dots there. I already talked about that. Move and upgrade the dog park. You know, we already have a plan to do that. I want to hear like how much of a priority is that from all you. Community composting. I talked about it. It's hard. Okay. Incentives for long-term renters and homeowners. Like there's easy things. We've talked about like waiving the fee on the rental registration if you have a year lease. Like that's easy, but it is hard to incentivize homeownership and long-term tenants because this is the issue of the second home. Like people don't live here anymore. They just visit here. You know, they have different homes wherever, right? Hard. Local CERT, pretty hard actually. This is the emergency crisis response team, or what is that? Stand for CERT.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Emergency response team.
So American Canyon has done this great. Like they have it done, and it's a beautiful program, and we use them. I mean, Sam uses them when we have parades. They come over here, and you see them with their vests. They're doing it. Not easy to get those things going. Just so you know, that requires like, it's not just a volunteer program. So you know, people say let's do CERT. I'm like, you kind of have access to CERT, but if you want to do CERT, like you're gonna have to invest some time and money into that. Utility underground assessment districts. This is the whole utility undergrounding thing. Basically, you know, how the model has shifted with PG&E, and we're working with the last money we have to look at Weber, just so you know. Weber has an undergrounding opportunity. We have, what, $200,000 left in the 28 funds?
Yeah.
So everything's now going to a basically an assessment district. So this is where the property owners have to agree to assess themselves to pay for the cost underground in front of their houses. So it's hard. Because we have to help organize it. It's typically kind of self-organized, so we haven't had anyone come forward and say, hey, we want to do Jefferson, or we want to do pick a street, Mulberry. If they did that, they'd have to organize. It's hard, right? Because some people want it, some people don't want it, but that's what that is. The whole idea of a joint land use study west of the highway is kind of this idea that we've been talking about with Shandong and the vet's home. Like the master plan is not scratching the edge. How do we create a land use plan that really addresses things like sidewalks and access and security and Can we get into that with the Vets Home and Shandong? Yeah, I mean, we can, but it's hard, it's expensive. PCI, we got to 80. Air simulation. So now we're shooting for 80. Keep shooting. And I think, I'm sure John Rosalba, and, as long as we keep an APEGO system, John and I have talked, do not be tempted by the bonding situation that is been made available through Measure U now, or Measure T. Is it T or U?
You.
Going to be you.
It went from T to U. So U gives you the ability to bond. So St. Helena, Aaron's former home, will bond because their PCI is like 56 or in the high 50s. Because they have so many projects backlogged. So their PCI will go from 56 to 70, and then it'll slowly creep back down to 50 because they'll have no more money to spend. So the PAYGO model, as we call it, is a much more efficient way, but I do understand if I was in St. Helena and had everyone screaming at me, I would be like, bond it and let's just, fix it. But if you don't have the money as you go, that becomes a big problem. So this will be hard, but I think if we stay consistent and disciplined, we will get there. Climate resiliency districts is a new legislative approach, which is kind of like, I don't know, we used to call it redevelopment 2.0. We're probably on 7.0. I feel like EAFDs, all these letters, which are basically tax increment financing, where you can, if the county supports it, the schools used to be part of it. The schools are no longer part of it because the schools are all going, under, so we can't share money. But a climate resiliency district basically is a partnership with the county to implement climate action plan goals. So if we had implementation measures, like we said, I don't know, something with the county, EV charging stations, like we want to do it. There is opportunity to leverage these districts for financing. And that's kind of what that is. And it's things that people are talking about. Okay, review, revise the master user fees. This is again, hard. This is all of the fees that Celia brings forward each year, which is a ton of fees. We've looked at the schedule. We can always tweak a few. And I think that's where budgeting we can talk about. But if we're going to do a master plan or a user fee study update, that's like $100,000 in a year. Because you have to do cost allocation plans, you have to do a third party, this Prop 216 or whatever, I think it's 218. So you have to have a third party verify the fee. It's a very complicated process. To further sponsor the Yountville Sun. So this is something that's come up recently, and they had made a proposal last month to the TID to get more money. We're all aware that they're no longer, printing weekly, and I know they're trying to work it out. Obviously, we have them in the audience. So I think that this is a question at budget time, but you can kind of talk about how you feel about it now. The TID will have to chime in when they have their budget meeting, which I think is going to be May 13th. Did we set that date yet?
May 13th, 3 to 5.
May 13th, okay. So we'll see what they say, and then you'll have your say on May 20th. Banning artificial turf. This is something that has come up. This is, the idea of, ultimately phasing artificial turf out of the town, both publicly and privately. Not easy politically, but something that you can talk about. And then establish a historic commission was the last one. We talked about that through the Legacy Trail. I mentioned we are working on the Legacy Trail in terms of figuring out how we connect our existing dots. But creating a historic commission, something that Sam and I talked about, not easy. It's just another board and commission. You have to staff it. You have to recruit for it. And I think obviously similar to what you have with Public Art and other things. But those take time. I don't know how long Public Art took to get going and to be the functioning machine it is, but it requires, because I know people are coming off, Sam's looking for new people, it's a lot of work that goes into those boards and commissions to function properly. So when you add another one, getting it going is a challenge. So that is my list. I do feel like I listened to all you. I'm sure I missed certain things. I wanted to give you, and you do always have you're writing a candidate. If I miss something, if you want to come up and say, hey, well, I'd like to put my red dot on this because I heard about this, and this is not, you're welcome to do that. But hopefully this is exhaustive enough, and I almost finished with 3 minutes behind what I wanted to be. But I think, do you want to do gold dots first, or do you want to have a
I want to do
dialogue?
gold dots first because I think it's going to be a little less discussion, but I want to clarify if I wanted to put my gold dot on the commons.
I just put it on the top, because this is where we're gonna spend our money.
Okay.
And for the sake of everybody here, will you clarify red, yellow? I know green is health, blue is,
Blue is health, red is emergency preparedness, and green is environmental.
okay.
And then gold and silver is in essence like money and resources. I don't want to say money, but it's like, gold and silver coins. Gold is valuable. Yes.
So is saving for the commons different than planning? I guess it is, or?
I mean, I just kind of said, like, keep both of these in mind. Just like last year, what we had was we had the visioning and the interim uses.
Okay,
So we kind of got them both done. And if you want to, as long as you tell me, like, these are both required to do this.
right,
You know?
that's what I was getting at. If you're saving for it, by implicitly, you're planning for it.
Well, in the planning phase, we're designing is really to get through construction drawings. And so this is a huge savings to the construction, because if we can spend, let's call it $3-4 million to have CDs ready, like, I don't want to say how much this project will be, but that will be a small percentage of the overall project. So this is why us controlling this process is critical to the efficiency of, what we spend. But those to me are interrelated, so you can dot as you see. So yeah, if you want to just quickly, I guess, I don't want
The gold dot.
Just the goal.
Let's do the gold.
Real goal.
Want to do yours?
So I'll probably just.
This is everything. This is right here. After the goal. You're saying, talk about it, ask a question this time, so you're clarifying. You don't have the other.
Oh, here,
Going anywhere else?
Yeah, the slide right before.
Yeah, will you turn it to that? Because then you can see both. Yeah. I think that might be helpful.
Okay.
yeah.
This is a goal. Yeah, and you're welcome to have more. I really don't need to.
Can we root through all that?
Okay. So let's regroup. I thought that there might be less discussion on this particular one. There's not a lot to facilitate here. All of the dots have aligned under the Yountville comments, which is what happened the prior time that we did this as well. So that's fantastic. That's the kind of direction I think that I'm looking for, that this is the main focus. This is where resources are going to go. There's plenty of other things we're working on. We've got a whole top 20 list over here, but this is job number one for the town is there. So moving on to the red, blue, and green, I'm going to start with Councilmember Reeves, and then without voting first, let's have if anyone wanted to make any preliminary comments, because sometimes you want to say how you're going to vote, maybe even try to influence others. I don't know, that's come up before. But at least have a chance to kind of like say what you're thinking, because then we're going to go up in your
Right now?
dots there. Yeah.
So, well, I think this is,
Oh,
and we should wait for Eric to get back from the bathroom. And I think we could start, but then it turns into a roundtable where I do think, feel free to ask questions of the staff, like, hey,
okay.
trying to understand what you would do,
Okay.
Aaron, with long-term rental incentives, like, how could we do this? We can have a dialogue, I think, but I think maybe it is good to start with like, I don't know, a minute, and like kind of go down the line, as kind of an introductory.
Comments?
Yeah, make some comments and then get into a roundtable, and then we'll go green, blue, red.
Okay, let's make some comments.
Yeah. Well, let's like.
Here comes Henry. I make comments. You want to go in order?
I think we're starting Pam and we're.
Yeah, let's work
Oh, we're still with the.
Move to really try to start.
Oh,
They're telling
well, I thought they were just. So these aren't general comments.
Primarily, I think what we're
Directed
looking
towards
for
our-
is that there's clarifications or questions.
About our job.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to make a comment about where you're gonna put the dot, that's fine.
Okay, well, it's probably no secret that I probably put the ban artificial turf on this list. We discussed this when I very first got on the council, and we revised a previous decision to put artificial turf at the community center. And since then, the state has allowed communities to ban artificial turf because of all the mounting information about the negative consequences of artificial turf and the ever piling up of microplastics that come off artificial turf. And I feel like the town should make some significant movement towards health and safety protection through climate and sustainability initiatives. We are working on foodware. We're starting with the town and then moving to encourage the businesses to follow suit. And I think this artificial turf ban would be, you know, whatever is here is grandfathered in until they need to replace it, and the replacement would not be artificial turf. So it doesn't affect anyone right now, but down the line, it will be part of our sustainability model, that we don't do stuff that affects all your neighbors in a negative way. So that's why I wanted that on there. And in general, climate resiliency and sustainability is a really important thing right now, especially for local governments when the federal government is falling down on the job.
Okay, thank you. So staying on green, any other kind of initial comment or question for staff or explanation?
On green,
Yeah, staying on green for first.
on what Pam said,
No.
just on green.
If there are any other kind of, you wanted to start, you wanted.
I think it's more of an open roundtable.
Okay.
Because then when they go up, they'll go in order and they can say what they.
So let's open up
Oh,
blue and red then.
okay, well, and
Every-
Jim, would you mind putting that on the dog park for me? Oh, is it time for the dog? Oh, okay,
We're having a discussion.
okay, so, I guess
And
one,
now I know where that's going.
yes. There wasn't really ever any question, I don't think. I guess one thing that I'm really thinking through, because the year has, right, the economics of what's going on, especially with vis-a-vis tourism, are really changing in terms of, and I was mentioning this to, and she already knew about it. Robin, that Visit California International, just in the last 2 months, is down, I don't know, 10%, 15%. And also Canadian visitors. And, you know, it's hard to say if we, and again, this is not a political statement, a large number of economists are predicting a recession, which, you know, travel is one thing that people cut. And there's a lot of statistics right now out there that a lot of what's, you know, 70% of our economy is consumer. And a large amount of the consumer spending that's going on is the top 10% or so. So it have really been floating the consumer sector of our economy. And when those folks start feeling, you know, nervous about their portfolios and whatnot, who knows how much that can impact travel. Could go the opposite way. People aren't going to Europe, might come to Napa, really hard to say. But I guess more and more, when I came to Yountville, I was always impressed, in part because of the previous management, how careful they had been with money and reserves. And I guess one thing, I'm getting a little nervous, not today, but about the future, and making sure we have enough funds for this project to actually build the housing. To build the housing, that's key to me, and maybe have some resident serving retail. And I guess all that I'm leading into is I personally, when I start looking at this, I think it's this is just me, this is the kind of person I am, it's very prudent to be a little bit conservative right now, because we really don't know exactly what's coming down the path. And one thing that occurs to me is we are a very small town, we have whatever, 3,000 people. I think we need to be a little careful about overdoing it on the community spaces. This is just me. And because all these cost a lot of money to maintain, to develop, to expand, and they're different from the housing or the commercial retail. They're community spaces, and I have no objection to what we've done so far. But when I look at projects like having more of a museum or other things, I think those are really lovely. But, you know, it costs money to maintain those, to keep them up, to develop them. And I just want to be conservative right now, especially in a town of 3,000 people. I don't know that those type things really draw tourists. And again, it's not all about tourism, but when there's only 3,000 of us, we have to be careful what we're spending on ourselves. So this is just, I guess I wanted to say that.
Yeah.
It's a different way than I felt maybe when we did this, when I first joined the council here.
From an overall perspective, as you approach the dots, particularly the silver dots, which are more money focused, but really all of them
Right.
are kind of what are the financial impacts of this project? It's a little bit more of an
Right,
uncertain
and
time
just
than what-
considering, you know, when you, when we, looking at the overhead costs of maintaining all these buildings and whatnot, we're signing up for that, and we just need to be cognizant, and if we're starting to develop more things just focused on the community, not the housing, which is, to me, one of the big points. So I'm looking at some of the community things from that lens of being conservative in terms of money. Because again, the community, very, very important, but there's only 3,000 of us. And we are developing some great amenities, no problem with what we've done so far. I'm looking more about, so that's my, given where, what I'm thinking today.
Okay, great, thank you.
Well, I find it challenging in terms of how to advocate for the emergency preparedness, because when I look at this, I'm trying to envision, I think a local CERT is a great idea, but it's a very it's a staff and time and community, it's a difficult process to bring people in. And I'm not sure if there's a place to add. I think the fact that it does take time and talent and treasure for the community to do our Yountville nights out and community barbecues, that I'd want to see something like that continue and make that investment, because I think that builds on more consensus building of what we want to do in the future. So if I had a red dot, I'd probably want to add something like that. But then at the same time, I see, I mean, we talked a little bit about that. Maybe we can talk a little more about concept of the linked virtual power nodes, because it's in an older community, having reliable power sources for people that need air conditioning and power for reading, breathing apparatus and things like that. It's important that we have a backup in case of an emergency, and have a backup power grid. So I see that the power node option as a longer term, but I'm kind of curious what people think in terms of what other people think about emergency, or about the red dot and emergency preparedness.
Yeah, I just mentioned, because I did put up, I know you can't kind of see it back there, but behind, on the big screen, this is the done doing to do. And actually last year, in a few cases, you did put dots over here. So you just pointed out red, green, blue barbecues. And so, there's nothing that's, I mean, don't put this, I guess you can put the dot on screen, hold on, but you know what I mean? Like, if your priority is like an ongoing thing and you want to say, hey, like, I want to keep that going, that's another way to place your dots. So, we did do that last year, but so to your point, if that's like what you want to say with your red dot, keep it up with the, the barbecues, like that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. That's what we're looking.
So I am not talking on any particular color, as I
You
understand.
can say whatever.
Okay. All really good points brought before us from other council members. And I think, given the economic challenges that we could possibly be facing in the future, and public perception, what we're seeing the rest of the nation, everything seems that it's going towards taking care of our own and belt tightening. One of the things that only got 3 dots on the top 20 list was the well water storage tank, which I guess 3 dots is a good thing because it ranks it right there in the middle. But between that and then the virtual power nodes, I want to make sure that we're taking care of our community members. And there's been nothing more disconcerting in my 5 years here than having the elongated power outages and think hopefully no more water issues and emergencies. But that was really what struck at the heart of fear for so many people. So while I would love to have, the Lincoln Theater going and music and a hell of a shade structure canopy for Veterans Park, because I think that's for health too. I agree that right now, I think our focus can't be quite so shiny, and it's got to be more taking care of basic needs to make sure that we can take care of our people.
Okay. Let's see. I've always been, everyone knows I've been on the council for a long time, and I'm always big on saving money. I knew it was gonna be something big. I wasn't sure what it was gonna be, but we had it, we could buy this property. And so I'm, putting our nets away, I think is really important. But I also think that sometimes you really need to spend money to make money. And I think that we're really doing that with this property. So I'm really like to make a pitch for like I guess we were calling it the historic archives, because what that is going to do is we had so many people who kind of came in when we had our 60th anniversary and looked at all of our timelines and our photos. So I'm thinking about just kind of recreating that in kind of a permanent way. So it's not really going to cost a lot. It's going to have that in some space. And what that really does, it connects all of our community to our past. And so it brings them to this property, and then they go over to the coop and they, get a sandwich, and then they go hang out in the locals lounge and, watch the big screen TVs or whatever they want to do there. And it really connects them, but it also really brings in the people from our businesses. They're walking around on Washington Street, but it's just like, sometimes you think they're looking for something, but I remember when I first came here for a long time, I had a lot of visitors. The first thing I did was I took them up to the museum up on the Veterans Home thing, but I went on the first floor because I never got into all the other exhibits they had at all. They always tried to be the Metropolitan Museum, in my opinion. They could never do that. But on the first floor, they had all the historic displays of this is what an old wine press looked like, and here's what the plows look like. And then I would take them around to the winery. So I kind of set a context for them, and they loved that. And then, they kind of did away with all that stuff. And they had, baskets from the indigenous Indians and stuff. And, I think it's a way to kind of bring the veterans, a bit to this site too, because we had all those great displays from the Veterans Home. So, it doesn't have to be big, and I think we've really got it, but I think it really kind of ties us together a little bit with the businesses and the community and the site. So I really like that idea. I also,
That was the Historic Archives Civic Problem.
yeah, so I think that is something that's doable. Plus, we already have a staff member who works for Samantha, who just happens to have this expertise, so it's, in time, they can kind of put it together to create overnight. I'm also gonna make a big pitch for the paving index being on MBTA. We see this everywhere. Once you really start not maintaining this infrastructure, you don't have a focus, it falls apart. And it's gonna cost some future council a lot of money, when you do that. So just a little extra, on Washington Street this year, but, unless you say this is a priority, it falls below the list. So, I think that's important. And the blue, I also agree, these civic uses, I think it's good to kind of, build a structure for something, what's gonna go in there. I just don't think we're there yet about what's gonna go in there. I do like some kind of, a health-related something. You know, there's a lot of great partnerships, I think, with the, St. Helena Hospital. They've got a lot of mobile units up there, you know. Men, don't be offended, but you know, maybe the mobile mammogram clinic kind of comes by. Or maybe we have, you know, the blood drive, some area like that, or, you know, the flu shots go over here. So, you know, I think some kind of a general, a health civic use that doesn't really require, you know, it's a partnership, you know, with other medical units. Would kind of fit with something, but,
Okay.
you know, planning for that space, I say as long as we're building it, it's gonna be a lot cheaper to build it and what we're gonna do with it. We just kind of, it's hard to make it generic a bit, but, you know, look at this. Who knew that we'd be having this type of meeting in the old school auditorium, you know? But you can make it work until it turns into something, so.
Can I ask, between you and Brad, would you add like mobile health type of things?
Well, I would just like, you know, one of the,
I think just not to answer your question
Done
for you.
shots down at the community center. We've had a whole vaccine clinic.
Yeah. No, and I think where we're gonna end is with this question about the why, which is the civic corridor. And I just tried to put examples here. Because I do think like what you're saying is partner for unmet civic/commercial needs. And you can argue healthcare is a civic need, right?
Right.
You know, we don't have a doctor, we don't have a dentist, we don't have really any healthcare to mention, you know, physical therapy, PT, right? I mean, we're all dealing with similar issues. You know, pharmacy is different because it gets delivered to you, but like you can't get a doctor delivered to you by Amazon, right? So we have to recognize maybe something, but I do think like there's a spectrum there, and I think we can have that conversation when we get to the why, and then it really comes down to like partnerships, because if like Kaiser or Adventist Health or some of the big healthcare providers in the valley said, hey, listen, you know, I'll come down and do, you know, whatever, visits, I'll just use that for once a week. Like we could figure something out, but that's hard. You know, healthcare is a whole, you know, industrial complex, I'll use that makes it hard. But I do think it's a need, and I think it's something we can definitely talk about. What I want to say, because our facilitator called an audible, that's why he came over and whispered in my ear. And since I spent so much time explaining this process yesterday, he decided, in the interest of time, after we finish the roundtable conversation, and we can keep talking, and you can ask me the staff questions, is that you'll come up and just place all your notes. Okay? And I think then you can just do that, and then we can look at it, we can talk about it again, and then we'll move on to the next, because otherwise I do think we're going to run short on time, or we're going to run long on time. That makes sense to everyone? Good with that approach?
so the silver dots, explain the silver dots one more time.
Just money. Just think of gold and silver as money. I mean, that's the
Okay.
easiest way to think of it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Helen, now.
Oh, okay, I think I would like a clarification on the ideas of a district, like you have climate resiliency district, and then you have the
Utility underground.
utility underground district. Those require citizen contribution or?
The utility does. Utility is an assessment against property owners that benefit from it.
Property tax.
Yeah.
And then
And so, and then a climate resiliency district, what I understand about it is if you adopt this with the county, so the county has to agree, then the tax increment that's generated, you know, through a property tax, you know, this is where you get the county share as long as you're doing a collective implementation project. So you're working through the CCAC, I call it, through the Regional Climate Action Committee. I'll use electric vehicle chargers again. Like if all of a sudden that's an implementation measure that comes out of the Regional Climate Action Plan, if the county says, hey, listen, I want to partner with you, like you can create the CRDs or help finance those types of improvements. So it's kind of a complicated thing, but the county does it. And there may be other districts. I know the schools will not participate. So when you divvy up the property tax dollar, I'm really not even sure exactly where it goes in Yountville. I mean, typically it goes, you know, obviously the city, county, and schools, but then there's special districts that get their chunks. So there can be, this is how redevelopment used to work, you know, if you were around very.
So this is an amount of money that would come through the county that we wouldn't normally get if we didn't do a this.
They have to agree.
But they have to agree.
Yeah.
I think you put it out there if you felt like that was a high priority to work with the county on creating a district for some sort of joint purpose.
Mhm.
And may I ask about the possible costs of doing that? I mean, you know, pay to play, but is it?
It's typically a reallocation of property tax that would be going off to different jurisdictions. Instead, it's being collected, the tax increment is being collected for this particular purpose. So there usually isn't some sort of like investment that's required. It's more an allocation of where the funds are.
It's almost like how the, what was it, or John, what was the flood, was it called flood control?
Yeah.
There was a fund that went into flood
Measuring.
control.
That's a special line item on your property tax
Right.
bill.
No, I
Flood and a mosquito abatement is $100.
Yeah, you have
Just
to
add them all
vote,
up.
you're taxing yourself. This is basically taking the money, shifting, reallocating.
Measuring.
You don't put it on your, okay.
But and trust me, I just heard about it, so I put it on. It's a new thing that they're talking about in Sacramento. It's kind of a new version of redevelopment, which is
Right.
tax increment financing.
So I really resonate with what Robin was talking about, especially energy resilience for people here. But we heard in climate action that Calistoga, and I know nothing about this, had to redo their generators and they put in hydrogen.
Hydrogen, yeah.
So,
They have a giant tank.
yeah, so is that, I know nothing about it. Is that an improvement? Or,
It was, John could probably talk more specifics, but it was a $25 million grant from PG&E.
okay.
So this was sort of a out of the left field reaction based on what I heard was to the wildfires. Because all of a sudden, everyone was, you know, of course, traumatized. And so this was something that I heard they would never do again because it actually doesn't serve as many homes as they even anticipated because we're using so much power. So it's a centralized plant fueled by hydrogen that doesn't sort of meet the need, but was symbolic at the time.
But is it for, if you look at it for Yountville, if we're redoing generators, does it have any advantages? Or either it's natural
Seems like batteries.
gas or against batteries or what other options there are?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard, we've been talking, you know, it's like the hydrogen car, remember like who killed hydrogen? There's all this. Are you talking about hydrogen specifically? Yeah.
Because here we have somebody who's done it and so.
But it's very
we gotta look at
expensive and not very efficient based on how it actually gets implemented. I think there's theoretical ideas of how it can be used. And I know that there was at one point fuels, fleet fuels, like where you use hydrogen. That was actually being done for a while.
But it's also very dangerous. I mean, they had to build this giant, you know, cement block thing. Hydrogen explodes. They put it on rockets.
But
Cars.
it's
They're-
also-
I created hydrogen, big giant hydrogen tank myself, so there
If you
you
go
go.
over there, it's a ginormous installation.
Right.
It's
Oh,
so
huge.
it's like 30
Okay,
big.
well, I retract my question.
No, it's a good- it's a good one.
Just what batteries. Okay.
Give us $25 million, we would have a critical power.
Exactly.
Okay, any?
When it works or not.
Okay, so that answers my question.
Voting, comments or questions? Yes.
Question about the land use study. I know we referred to it before. So if we invested time and energy in it, there's still no guarantee that it would be approved, right? But the long-term goal would be some tax, not only the partnership with the veterans home, but tax benefits of perhaps domain shutdown.
Well, I wouldn't look at it that way,
A little
because I
bit.
think the county, you know, the county's no dummy. They're not gonna give us Shandong without a tax sharing agreement that keeps the status quo. I think the idea of, you know, annexing Shandong has always been like, it's already in our sphere of influence. We're already doing utilities. We kind of had one foot in like 20 years ago. To me, the idea of a joint land use plan is for us to work together on that side of the highway to basically do what we did for the visioning of the commons. Like, let's create a collective vision. Let's like start there. And then we can start talking about projects like sidewalks or dog parks. I mean, dog parks unique because obviously we had a big piece of grass. So I was like, you need to just draw a rectangle. But I mean, like Yountville Fit was unique, because we look in that building, we're like, oh, okay, this would be a good space for a gym. Like, I think if you had a vision for that side of the highway, there's also been concerns. I know during the general plan, there was this idea that the wine train was gonna build a hotel, right? What's going on? We never zoned for that, right? This was part of a general plan vision, which certain people don't like. You know, I don't, some people probably do like it. It's basically, to me, visioning is where that's why we also call it the idea phase. Like, let's get the ideas on the table. And since I've been here, the frustration with the Vets Home Master Plan is it doesn't do that. That's a regulatory document that has to check a lot of boxes. All 8 vet homes have to do the same master plan. They will tell you, I mean, you heard, at Calvet, like, Yountville is unique. They have property. They know they need workforce housing. They know, I think, that the sidewalk is substandard. I think they know this. The question is, how do we influence it? And I do think, like, if we did a joint land use study, and that's a military term, so I used it because Secretary Sin is former Navy, and she knew what that meant. And we did that with the naval base in San Diego, where we had a vision, and then we started to chip away at things like, how do you get off the trolley and get into the dry side of the base? Like, why do you have to go 2 miles around a fence to ride the trolley to the base? And then, oh, guess what? We built a little turnstile, and now the sailors can walk 20 feet where they used to walk 2 miles. It was like stupid things like that until you had the joint land use study, you couldn't implement things. So that's kind of the idea of it. It's just really hard because I know what they're doing is they're sitting there going like, we got so many things to fix. We don't need a vision that tells us we need more projects. We're already busy with the Farmers Chapel Brook, trying to fix the power schemes, trying to get the Lincoln Theater open, we close the pool. They don't want to
So in essence,
pressure of a vision or ideas. They want to but I do think if they have it, it will help them because I do think then it's like, okay, there's a vision. We're working towards something versus everyone, basically criticizing, what's not happening, which is what you hear in town more often than not, right?
I mean, it's an investment in money, but isn't it, there's always this potential envisioning that if we talk about what have we lost in this community in the last 30 years, a doctor, a dentist, I mean, maybe thinking when you also have your partnering for unmet civic commercial needs, if the Vets Home is already envisioning what we do with one side of the campus or the other, I mean, a dental, housing, dental, dentists for the members there or future residents for this community. Those are all kind of plans that they would benefit from if we maybe focused on a joint use land planning that would talk about uses and then may also create some funding sources too for them as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's some benefit, I think.
Well, there clearly is.
I mean, it's hard. I'm sure we're talking about hard. It's hard.
It's hard because you want it to be equal in terms of like skin in the game. So like if Calvet, Shandong, and the town said, we're all gonna put $100,000 in the pot and we're gonna hire someone like Brendan to do a vision, like that's easy, but it's hard to get there because it's like, okay, well, I need to get DGS approval and Shandong's not sure if they want to be in the town. So hard it is to create that partnership. Once that partnership is created, I think it would actually be relatively easy because everyone would love to get engaged. I think the vets would love it. You'd be able to have the conversation we had about the commons in a constructive way. But I do think it would put pressure on them to implement things. And, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want the vets coming down and say, hey, we're going to do a visioning for the town, We're going to shit on you all day. You've heard me say, don't shit on people too much. You should do this, you should do this, you should do this. It's like, it gets to be a point where you're like, okay, you know what? Job's hard enough. So that's where I'm empathetic to, the administrator and the secretary, because I know there's a lot of things that we're shitting on them about, because there is, it's from, and you listen to your constituents say, why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? And I don't know if they're good or bad answers, but I know that they're working hard on it. I mean, I do feel like there's a lot of, well-minded people up there that are trying to get things done, but they have bureaucracy that we don't even have to deal with. I mean, the fact that it took Lindsay Sin to get a year to get furniture in her office is a perfect example of what's going on in Sacramento. It's just frustrating.
So with all that said, how much appetite do you think they have to be in a partnership with us to talk about that stuff? Is that more like another year of priming the pump rather than actually getting anything going next
A
year?
decade, not a
That's a good
year, a
question.
decade.
Yeah, I think
Well, yeah.
this is where like diplomacy works, right? And I think diplomacy is what we did last week and going visiting and, expressing things in a positive way, showing empathy towards the situation that they have. And they may then go, you know what, we finally finished the SNF, right? The skilled nursing facility is done. We're ready to work on a vision with you. Will you help us? Because, I do know Secretary Sin, as you know, came to our Diamond Jubilee event. She spent a half hour in this room, the Million Cups of Coffee room. And she was asking Brendan, how did she was very interested in what we did. Okay. And that's a good sign. But I can assure you, you get into workforce housing up there, and you just started talking about a dentist. Let's start with nurses. It's like, how many demographics are you going to satisfy in the world of workforce housing? And this will be a challenge we have here, but I keep saying we got to measure X, which comes from the top. So that's where we start. But then, we're going to have that broader conversation here, and it'll be hard up there. You got the vets families, you got the nurses, you got the people who live there, you got on and on. You could go, that's its own city, right? It's like, it's hard. So I don't want to shit on them. I do feel like we can help them, but they kind of need to come to us. So I think my advice is diplomacy, to a point where we can actually help them versus, tell them what we think.
I just want to say that's good advice. I don't think it ever benefits us to push them, but building the community, and I think I told you last week that in 20 years and 4 terms of my council, it's the first time we've ever sat down with the CalVet secretary in Sacramento. So just building those relationships is important. And time will tell. There's a lot of challenges out there in the marketplace and with the federal government. We may eventually be able to develop a relationship more with them. So.
Yeah, well, I think it's happening. I think what we did last week. One thing, as you recall, you were there, but I'll tell, one thing they did say, unlike the other 8 or 7 homes they run, they have land. So this is something that we all know you can't make. And so that is an opportunity, and they recognize that. And so I don't think anyone up there doesn't want to do anything that we're talking about. I think they're just like, we got to finish the SNF. We got to staff the SNF. Don't talk to us about anything else. This project has been, 5 years in the making, 3 years under construction. It's like they're single purpose focused because it's so hard to get things done through the bureaucracy that is Sacramento.
So I thought that I appreciate the conversations. I think it's important for us to talk about the home and our relationship, but we have to also work towards it and be realistic too. So.
Yeah, and I think the diplomacy of a joint land use study might be a good thing. If you choose to put a dot there, it's sort of like, hey, we're willing to do it, and then we present it and like, hey, you come to us and we're ready to help, but we're not going to force this towards you. And I think there is a diplomacy in terms of offering this.
And so we have a better opportunity to get to that point of diplomacy if we put our dot there?
I think so. If I'm up there and I see, hey, this council wants to help, I think the problem would be if it was a non-joint land use study, right? If we're just going to do a visioning for the vets because we know better, that's where it's not diplomatic. It's, sort of like autocratic or whatever. It's just like, so yeah, I think joint land use study is a good opportunity. We would participate, but they really need to lead it. And also, and likewise, Shandong hasn't agreed to come into the town. They would need to consent and hopefully be excited about the opportunity. Because they just went through a major, remodel, and they went through the county, and the county's not easy to deal with. Everyone knows this. And so the fact that they're wondering which is easier is, something we should question. That's that agency. We hope to be more, I guess, just customer service driven, at the local level. Counties are always hard because they're so big and you got so many irons in the fire. And I know what they did was beautiful, but it took them years. It was not easy. So all those things are complicated, but I do think if you put a sticker there, if I was sitting up there as Holly or Lindsay said, I'd be like, oh, this is great. The town is wanting to help. They want to help, but we're not going too far.
Yeah, and I think we talked about on this other board of the top 20, it doesn't mean that nothing's going to happen if there aren't any dots here. If there's still an opportunity to meet with people or something. But you're saying it's a priority. I think we should be moving forward on that more than just kind of something we're going to come up with.
And I just want to,
Okay.
one last comment on that item, so I think we, just have to be very cognizant about, even talking about this open forum, a lot of times little things leak out to the vets. And cause I spend, hours up there every month for, 16 years now, and putting out fires, that happens a lot at these allied council meetings. The little thing kind of comes up and it's like, oh, the town's gonna do this. It's like, we just have to be very careful about how we are just having, this would just be support, with the town of Yountville and Calvet. We are not planning on building up there, taking their land away, running the
You could-
Lincoln Theater, nothing specific, because that just kind of starts this big, mushroom cloud
expectations.
that's
Just
really
manage
hard to
expectations.
tamp back down.
Yeah, and I think if I was to maybe rephrase this based on what you just said, you could say joint land use, support joint land use study led by Calvet. Like,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
that feels better, right?
They're in charge.
Yes. So, I'm happy to do that if you all, this is again a day in time, trying best to wordsmith, but this is where diplomacy, and I do think like progress, that's the vet's home, right? We want to make progress. We know we can't do the commons if the vet's home, but I do feel like we can influence it if we're diplomatic. So I think we're at 3.
Yeah.
I know you're running the show, but I feel like we should do the dots. Let's let the dots fly.
Get your.
All of them at once.
All of
Just
them
gonna
at once.
throw them up
Yeah,
there.
just do them all. You can put them all on one. There's.
I will run.
Every time, right? Every single one.
Nope, I like to start out with my running. But this time.
Yeah, I.
Make it right now. No, I didn't make that.
Okay. I can't say you're.
No, I did. I was reading.
Let's just go straight to the. Yeah, this is.
And then I thought I'd scroll here. For the Y. I'm a good scriber. This time, don't forget what the dots are.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
This will be a rolling break like last time. When you're done with your dots,
Right.
you can
Okay.
take walk around.
That's an incentive to get up there.
We'll restart at 3:10. How's that?
Okay.
We got 8 minutes. Well, we started 5 minutes. We have 15 minutes though.
Oh, no. Doesn't seem like it comes off. I just didn't push it down.
I have some extras if any of them. It's okay.
I was wavering. Color.
Sounds like green on. Small, obviously. Walking with.
You say, I see you walk by, yeah.
It does, it's like we did. This one sign says where you can't translate the dog, and then they take it down the dog and you take it like to New Jersey, and the dog finds it. You were like, oh my God, oh, that's a class. Kramer or Newman, you know, Newman one of those. They get that, yeah. And they.
Oh, yeah. I was there.
Right.
Some more money left. Look.
How can that be?
Said no one ever.
It's always interesting about everything in the way.
Well, you're welcome to sit in. I just told them I shared a few things I want to catch up with you on. But you got the locals on that. You're welcome. to sit in.
Yes.
And the reason
No,
I-
this one is way more expensive and way more.
That's from there.
And these are just small notes that you can do as you work.
Whatever that is.
So it's just. Yeah. 30 and one.
Well, I don't know.
These are just questions. It is, but we were planning on this taking that way up. So.
That's cool.
I think that's great.
Yeah, he needs.
Yeah, the community as well.
It's like
But yeah, is a pretty cool.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to know going into. Maybe I'll just see the next.
Dan.
Yeah, yeah.
That's.
How are you?
You never know what you.
And that's just capital cost of the labor. You can't show it. Oh, yeah. No, that's all. Yeah, it's just, there's always this.
It's pretty well known. That started. Yeah.
Let's get the right. Third. Yeah. I don't know that we established the time. I think there was some time.
Oh, got my phone. Just for another hearing. Oh, absolutely. You have to.
What's your rate?
Like that.
know.
No, no. There's other.
I said that.
Oh, please.
Barnegat, which is, it came from the field farm. So it's actually on there.
Is you get two of them. That's a really good idea. So we're not doing it right now. It's more clear.
Oh, really?
That type of it's funny, they probably get sourced all that.
Three times faster. Right, you're right.
Every morning. But then it's finally hit. Big super rate. You too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, where?
That's where she works.
Well, Beckersville's right about this.
Yeah.
No, right. No.
That's true.
Oh, yes,
All right. So do you can make a couple comments on this?
Yeah. I didn't hear you saying it, but I saw it. It's fine. I'll tell you the whole story.
Good. Well, that's nice for you.
Learn a lot.
Yeah.
After that long discussion.
Yeah. Check this out today.
Great. And looking forward here.
No, I'm gonna point that out. Yeah. And then, so I'm gonna bring this up and then we're just gonna transition to.
Right into this.
The actual results.
And it's just open.
We're gonna do the, do you have the names ready?
Yep. We're all good to go.
And just, if it's the same name.
Sure. Sounds good here.
Yeah, yeah, what I like here is, of course, overdose on saving, sir, got some of those here. And then this is, yeah, this is good. Nice, yeah.
I pulled together. All right, we're through. We're the home stretch. You can physically stretch if you want to.
Learning anything, Brent?
Yeah, I mean.
Got a second?
Interesting.
You get the same name.
Oh, white elephant.
You don't get to exchange.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't get the same name. That works. That's great. Sorry for the laugh.
Alright. We will set up, make sure the flat will be available.
First.
Like, people at the conference. All right, so I'm just gonna make a few comments, hand it off to Jim, who's gonna do our next round team building exercise. I'll tee that up by saying what he's going to show you is a much abbreviated version of what we did for the quarterly meeting. You'll see this Lencioni pyramid, which is conflict and trust. You'll see the Patty video that we watched, and then you'll have an opportunity to talk to a department head about that. And I would encourage all the department heads to kind of share what your department said, right? Because they were all there. This is a point in time where I would ask you to let the department head speak first. This is what it meant to my department by, listening about the pyramid and the video. And then you can kind of give feedback. This is much more on like customer service and service delivery. Like the focus was more on projects in common. So let's kind of talk about like, hey, obviously we got great staff. We have 5 great department heads that all do very different things. And when people ask me what I do, I say it's 5 different things. I used to say 7 because I had to do police and fire. So now it's just signing a check or signing a contract. But, each department's very different. And this is why it's hard to explain what it is like to run a municipality. But I think you got 5 great department heads, so listen to them. And then you can see what we're trying to create within culture. Culture is always this word that people use. We don't use morale anymore. Culture is kind of this word. But that's what we're talking about, because culture is critical, right? It's just like, when somebody said to me, the more you talk about morale or culture, the more you have an issue. Like, when it's there, right? And it's service delivery, but when it's not there, it's palpable. Like when you walk into the DMV, or at least the old DMV, like that's bad culture, right? You feel it right when you walk in the door. You get a number, you feel like a robot. Like, now you walk in our lobby, right? You see all the department heads' pictures. So right when you go to the lobby, you get past the heart with all your pictures, and you get there, and I know they all love having their pictures up. But I think it's important because it's like, here are the people that are running the town. What are you here for? Oh, well, you're going to talk to Aaron because it's a broken permit. You're going to talk to John because it's an approaching permit. Or talk to Sam because you want a golden ticket. Celia, you didn't pay your water bill. Like, I need more ice in the cooler. We're not holding it out. All those things are sometimes hard. And I think it's important. So I think this is what the exercise is intended to be. But Jim will go into that. I'll just give you a quick observations. I really like that people use gold and silver for the commons. That really shows your commitment to that. I think that we'll get into this a little bit at the end, but this is like something that I just kind of want your ideas about, and then we can see what we can come up with. I was surprised, first of all, this makes sense to me because I know that this is important and this is kind of an evolution, but this surprised me, 4 dots here for the, for the climate resiliency district. So I will do more homework on what that actually means, and I think as we have conversations through the CCAC, Aaron, we can see if there's interest. And this might be actually a regional thing versus just a Yountville County thing, because the other towns obviously have a lot of needs. Yeah, and then I think our conversation, about the vets home was good, and I think we were all. Do you agree that I should change what I said, which is basically, support joint land use study led by CalVet?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll change that, and then that can be something that we say, and I think all those little things are diplomacy. The heart I just brought up when we were in our meeting last week, we talked about the heart, because that heart was created by the vets. We put it under the council, we put it in our lobby, so when you walk by it, and you were talking earlier about the heart of the heart of the heart, or like whatever word, there's a lot of hearts, but now we have a heart there, we also have a heart in this lawn, and it kind of resembles, obviously,
Yountville.
love. I'll use the word love. And I think we love our vets, of course, and I think those are key symbols. So I think this will push the needle, and we'll keep working at that. So thank you for doing all that, and all right. You can take it away.
Okay, so we're on.
I'm going to move these so you can see the screen.
Okay, thanks. We're on item E on this agenda, and we've got a little less than an hour, which is good. We've got 2 kind of remaining things we wanted to talk to you about. One was this team building and culture, and the other is the why Washington and Yonge Street. And so they both could take about a half an hour, so we'll make sure you finish on time. I have a few slides, as Brad mentioned, and then we're going to pair you back up again for a couple questions. But, as we've gone through and met with the executive team, we've sometimes shared with them, like, here are things that the council's talking about when they go off to a retreat. And this is what's important to the council, and the staff should hear about that. And we're kind of doing the reverse here a little bit. Like, here are some things that the staff is talking about. Sure. when they're going off to an executive retreat. One of them is just kind of teams and how you're building a high functioning team. And many people are familiar with this particular, the Lencioni pyramid. But the reason why we use it, it's been around for a while, a little over 20 years, but is because it's got this foundation of trust. And the way that it shows that this works is that you can't really start dealing with conflict and having an appropriate conversation around conflict unless there's some trust. And also, you're probably not going to get commitment or accountability unless you are able to deal with conflict and so on. So the pyramid kind of builds up to results at the top. So we talk about this as departments and talk about kind of where do they feel like the different teams that they're on right now. Their department could be a team, or there could be divisions within a department that could be teams, and kind of where are they here? How can they better get to results at the top? And build all of these things as they go. We also talk about, just really quickly on conflict, we talked about the conflict continuum, where on one side there's kind of an acrimonious, people are fighting with each other, and on the other side there's artificial harmony, and both are bad. We were trying to get to kind of like the middle of that, to say like somewhere on the conflict, we want people playing the devil's advocate role, we want other positions, we want to hear from other viewpoints. And then we can play through all of those things and determine what the best response is. So getting those conflict pieces right, and it's tough to do unless you've built some trust. At the staff meeting that happened within the last couple of weeks or so, there was a voting mechanism where people could type in words in responses to questions like, why do you work? What do you want out of your job? Why Yountville? And then they also were putting together this, what does having trust in our teams lead to? So this particular one was a word cloud. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to see in here, but having trust in the teams lead to things like results, success, communication, productivity, happiness, accountability. And then some of those other questions were coming up with things like, why are you here? What's driving you as a Yountville staff person? Learning, helping the community, serving the community came up a lot. Stability, growth, more community. So people are just kind of entering in. I think there were 30-something people there, and there were over 70 responses. So people were really participatory and kind of putting in responses, work for a sense of purpose, want to creatively collaborate and build the best possible outcome for our residents and our community. I want to learn, grow, and help others. Super typical with government employees of kind of being a focus on helping and the meaningfulness of the work. Keeping Yountville number one, I guess that's another way of saying Yountville focus. Sense of accomplishment. Having the best agency in the Napa Valley. So people are weighing in with this. In addition to the pyramid, one of the other things that has been talked about with the staff has been Patty McCord does her 8 lessons that she's learned through her career. I believe she was the CEO of Netflix for a while. And so she's giving these lessons. And I'm going to play the video. It's about 5 minutes. And all the staff, I think everybody has now seen it because it started with the executive team and then executive team showed it to the rest of the staff. And when you're taking a look at that, I think it's interesting in this governmental setting that we're in to think, these things apply to us or not? She's talking about a corporate culture, she's not really thinking about cities, counties as she's giving this presentation, but yet there does seem to be a fair amount of overlap. So kind of keeping an eye out for which things kind of strike you. And I'm curious to see whether it's just going to play automatically or if I'm going to, let's find out. And also can get right over here.
Touch the button on screen and play it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's a touch screen
This
Yeah, I'm
one?
playing it. Yeah,
in theory. Oh, no,
Why
no,
not?
it's embedded into your PowerPoint,
yeah,
that's why.
Okay.
HR jargon makes me crazy. We have to have all these stupid acronyms that describe things that nobody understands. OKRs and PIPs. I think we can run our businesses by just talking to each other like regular human beings. We might actually get more done. I really always wanted to be an HR professional. I wanted to be able to speak the language of management. And you know what I've learned after all this time? I don't think any of it matters. There's all kinds of things that we call best practices that aren't best practices at all. How do we know it's best? We don't measure this stuff. In fact, I've learned that best practices usually means copying what everybody else does. Our world is changing and evolving all the time. Here's some lessons to help you adapt. Lesson 1, your employees are adults. You know, we've created so many layers and so many processes and so many guidelines to keep those employees in place that we've ended up with systems that treat people like they're children. And they're not. Fully formed adults walk in the door every single day. They have rent payments. They have obligations. They're members of society. They want to create a difference in the world. So if we start with the assumption that everybody comes to work to do an amazing job, you'd be surprised what you get. Lesson 2, the job of management isn't to control people, it's to build great teams. When managers build great teams, here's how you know it. They've done amazing stuff. Customers are really happy. Those are the metrics that really matter, not the metrics of, do you come to work on time? Did you take your vacation? Did you follow the rules? Did you ask for permission? Lesson 3, people want to do work that means something. After they do it, they should be free to move on. Careers are journeys. Nobody's going to want to do the same thing for 60 years. So the idea of keeping people for the sake of keeping them really hurts both of us. Instead, what if we created companies that were great places to be from? And everyone who leaves you becomes an ambassador for not only your product, but who you are and how you operate. And when you spread that kind of excitement throughout the world, then we make all of our companies better. Lesson 4, everyone in your company should understand the business. Now, based on the assumption that we've got smart adults here, the most important thing we can teach them is how our business works. When I look at companies that are moving fast, that are really innovative, that are doing amazing things with agility and speed, it's because they're collaborative. The best thing that we can do is constantly teach each other what we do, what matters to us, what we measure, what goodness looks like, so that we can all drive towards achieving the same thing. Lesson 5, everyone in your company should be able to handle the truth. You know why people say giving feedback is so hard? They don't practice. Let's take the annual performance review. What else do you do in your whole life that you're really good at that you only do once a year? Here's what I've found. Humans can hear anything if it's true. So let's rethink the word feedback and think about it as telling people the truth, the honest truth about what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong in the moment when they're doing it. That good thing you just did, ooh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Go do that again. And people will do that again today, 3 more times. Lesson 6, your company needs to live out its values. I was talking to a company not long ago, to the CEO. He was having trouble because the company was rocky and things weren't getting done on time, and he felt like things were sloppy. This also was a man who I observed never showed up to any meeting on time, ever. If you're part of a leadership team, the most important thing that you can do to uphold your values is to live them. People can't be what they can't see. If we say, yes, we're here for equality, and then we proudly pound our chests because we achieved 30% representation of women on an executive team, well, that's not equal. That's 30%. Lesson 7, all startup ideas are stupid. I spend a lot of time with startups, and I have a lot of friends that work in larger, more established companies. And they're always poo-pooing the companies that I work with. That is such a stupid idea. Well, guess what? All startup ideas are stupid. If they were reasonable, somebody else would have already been doing them. Lesson 8, every company needs to be excited for change. Beware of the smoke of nostalgia. If you find yourself saying, remember the way it used to be, I want you to shift your thinking to say, think about the way it's going to be. If I had a dream company, I would walk in the door and I would say, everything's changed, all bets are off. Running as fast as we can to the right, and now we're going to take a hard left. And everybody in the company would stand up and go, yes, it's a pretty exciting world out there and it's changing all the time. The more we embrace it, the more we get excited about it, the more fun we're going to have. HR jargon.
Right. So we're going to put you in pairs again, and the council knows who they pulled out of the hat during break, who their partner is. and ask you a couple questions. Like the first question is just on that last video, do you feel like you heard some things that resonated for you that applies in the public sector as well? And then also, any other thing from the pyramid here that you feel like is something that the town should be really focusing on, or if there's any of these that you feel like the town should be focusing on, or something that resonated with you. So Mayor, who did you pick out of the hat?
Hillary.
I have Aaron.
Sam?
Celia.
Done.
So you've got 5 or 10 minutes, touch base, and we get some reactions, and then we'll be
Right. I'm like, everybody good? Well, it's all definitely. All right, I'm glad.
And it takes a while.
Well, I don't think that.
And this one was different. This one was. So for him, it's coming. So another takeaway that they should. Yeah. They feel like. Trust there.
And I think it is like any.
Yeah, I think they Works good. They just have. Well, they.
How do you? Understand your statement. That is. I was talking about education.
They were all a little cautious. But. It's maybe.
Fully understand where you're.
I'm there because.
I got,
Yes. Admittedly, a little bit.
That's a good video. That's a good video.
And big it was, June was like, yeah, they took. And they just, they don't really.
Where are things that we can partner together on? Like, how we want to talk to X, Y, Z, or
I mean, we give them resources. You get that. I think one thing we need. Music comes with materials. The buffering, the irrigation. Operates, but now you see the change. And so I think a lot of our talking. They also appreciate. And we've been dosing doing it. With our personal steps.
Yeah, and Margie was good with her.
Everyone.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Yes. You can't really control everything, all we can do is try to help. Right. Yeah.
It's. Certain. But we have, our goal was to bring you everybody. Part of our free share.
That was the one.
Explain it to
And then we can write down.
There is a line, so I think we all want to give that.
I'm really genuinely curious.
Startup, I was employed under 64, and everybody went 20, you know, and people started, the head of the CEO guy who started the company, he was, in a fraternity, and he was kind of the fun committee, whatever you want to call it. It's fun, everything. Soccer, we had basketball courts, it was just like, well, things for me, all like 12 hours a day. It was just, yeah, but Oh, we're starting. Yeah. Technology, you know, it's like, that's the we don't. We know how to do for everybody else, you know? White. Mark, just put on, for your marketing. Right. I have my list here. I'm good. I'm good. Checking it off. Yeah. Yeah, it's all right. Nobody really knows one more. I play it.
All right, let's regroup, or at least, here, we've got a few minutes, we don't have to do long, kind of report out. So I'm curious if there's anything that resonated with you, things that you felt like applied in local governance. Where should we start?
We can start.
Yeah.
We were just talking, I find it interesting because Eric works, you know, in a corporate.
pencils down.
Corporate structure, and we all were in that, it's a council member for local government, and I work in local government, so it was interesting to hear his perspective about how that, you know, something like this should hopefully function, but doesn't, in the corporate world.
I also talked about how, like, I thought of this in terms of board, council, and then there's family. And that, you know, these items, it says all employees or should understand the business. And,
Yeah.
And then the one where, let's see. We were talking about where you have to live the truth.
Oh, the truth one, yeah.
Right, so,
Practice truth telling with all employees.
right, so, you know, and you have to live by example too, so, those are important, whether it's family, work, or your, or the town, so.
Yeah, so they apply public, private, and familial.
Right.
Okay. Others? There's one. Yeah.
So yeah, Pam asked how my staff took this information in.
Yeah.
And you know, what it meant to our department. And my response was, most of my department, except for 3 other people, work out in the field.
Yeah.
So it's an unusual occurrence for them to come inside to a meeting and look at things on a screen and have it presented to them. But they took it away really well, and the indicator was, we have one guy that's worked in government his whole career, and he's a little bit of a curmudgeon, and he said, I've worked in government my whole career, and I've been to a lot of these meetings, and this one was really good, and I really got a lot out of it, and I really appreciate it. So I think that was really telling that this information, and we talked about the focus, the trust pyramid, and the hidden. And just those 3 boiled down to a set of information that was easily absorbed, and their takeaway was, we feel like we already do all these things, and that encapsulates why we can.
Yeah, cool. You know, I think reminds me, it also kind of creates a common language around some things too, as you're talking with people, to say like, and it gives you an opening, like, yeah, I think we need to have a conversation that's gonna fall into that conflict category. But I wanted to go through, yeah. So let's kind of bring ourselves back into that place where we were there talking about that and then have this conversation.
The other piece of it, sorry for interrupting. Except for the people that work in town hall with me, in my department.
Yeah.
Their lives depend on each other every day because they have very dangerous jobs. And so the trust element with them is inherent because they know they have to watch everybody's back for everything they do, both in utilities and municipal operations. So the level of trust that they build just going out there and doing their daily jobs is great. And then all the other stuff kind of goes.
Yeah, particularly true with like police and fire as well, kind of looking at that bottom area of that really good thing.
So one of the things that I asked also is that I understand the takeaway to the team, but how did they feel about the rest of the staff and the council? Because I think it's important that that trust is there for all levels. And I think that was an issue a couple of years ago, that there was a little bit of not sure about, especially the council and a new town manager and all of that kind of thing. And I think that at this point, I like to hear from staff, like in their reports, what their opinion is based on their view of boots on the ground experience when they're talking about a certain issue or whatever. I need that feedback, and it helps me make a better decision, I think.
That's great. And sometimes when you have new team members, you talked about, a new town manager or something, you might be having to move around a little bit on here. Like, now let's spend some more time down here intentionally, because there's, from a change management standpoint, that's important right now.
Well, just to speak the truth, right? Because this is what it's all about. I know a friend city manager who often uses below line and above line as where the council belongs. This is like the way he talks to his council. I don't really like talking because it makes me feel like I'm talking, like dictating to my bosses. But what he says, which is the fear of giving you detail, is that you're going to go below the line and say, "Oh, John, thanks for sharing where you planted the tree, but could you plant the tree over here? Because my neighbor really thought it's blocking their views, and therefore there's a fear of creating more work," right? And I have to tell you that out loud because I do think these people work very hard, and then all of a sudden your neighbor tells you this, and then it becomes a priority because you're below the line. So I don't ever say that, like, hey, stay above the line. Like, let us do our work. You're policymakers, you approve a budget, you give direction like you do today, but you don't get to put, trees and bushes, and you don't get to design recreation programs, and, on and on. I could go on and on. And I think that's just like a truthful statement about how city managers feel being in the middle of these conversations. And it's a reality, and it's getting harder and harder because I don't want to say any names, but you got politicians that are telling people what to do as if, they're city managers. And this is where the federal and state branches, even at the county level, it's different. It's different, right? These people are career politicians in most cases. In some cases, they lead executive branches, right? So there's like, okay, what's the line? And I think that's a hard thing for a city manager, right? To define the line. I have, again, these friends like, I define the line. This is exactly where the line is. And I say that below the line, above the line. I'm like, it's not my style. You never heard me, any 5 of you heard me say that. But I also try in a diplomatic way to say, like, you know what? Let us do our jobs. And I think that's the truth, I think, that comes with what you want to hear. Like, providing more detail sometimes creates more work. So just be mindful of that as the staff shares, like, this is not your opportunity to shape. This is your opportunity to understand. And then when we get in these rooms and we have these conversations, this is your opportunity to shape. Like, this is what the dots will do. We can take your direction and do our best with the professionals we have. But it's also like city managers are a dying breed. And it's funny, there's a statistic out that says people want to be department heads, they don't want to be city managers. Yeah, I understand why.
What made it look so attractive?
Is it worth it? So I just, go ahead.
A few more over here. Go ahead.
So I was telling Lori about, how when we have staff, we talk a lot, my team, we talk a lot about things that is the thing. I feel that starting with COVID, well, we started change processes.
Yeah.
And a lot of staff change. And, that was continued through the years. Ways of council and that moving in direction. And, we have learned to become accepting of change. We've gone through so much. And, our team feels like we really support each other well, so that we can support other departments. And so we feel that we can handle the change better. It's good to together.
Yeah.
Constant. And, so managing teams and trying to be more excited about it is a focus for our team, as well as the trust. The bottom left here mentions really that it's so key. It's obviously fundamental for anything else. Is like to put some department heads put some each other, you know, one manager, possible, stuff. In return to us, it really looks well to the community, so that the community can trust everyone else.
I have nothing more to add other than to be admiring of the amount of change that
Yeah.
Celia and her department went through, and the pitching in to help each other, because that's a big deal. Yeah, so, and there is a great essential accomplishment when you've been through something tough like that. You know, my dad was in the military, and always, some of his best buddies for all those years from the people he served with. And I feel the same thing with people I work with, that thing. So I was very admiring.
Yeah, we did an exercise with the executive team where we were writing down every little change or big change that happened over like the past 24 months.
Yeah.
And we're recording it on those sheets of paper, and we filled 3 of them. You know, there's a lot of change going on. So being able to embrace that and respond to it was so.
And have managed it well.
Yeah. Last couple of groups, right?
Well, to set it up, Aaron's managed change in a brand new department that had nobody in it and
Yeah.
and not a lot of available institutional knowledge of that forum. And so he had to come in and immediately rely on trust and confidence in his peers to get up to speed. So I'll let you jump up the pyramid and building a team.
Yeah, well, and Janina said it too, like sometimes with the pyramid, you're gonna be hopping around a
Yeah.
little bit. So,
Yeah.
you know, coming in and recognizing that, you know, John's team had been picking up a lot of slack for planning and building because, you know, the department got cleaned out, and recognizing that historically there's conflict between planning, building, and public works departments, and coming in, really listening to them and you know, learning from them and what the issues are, and then trusting them, you know, with their input and being able to take that input and try and work together to come up with solutions, and recognizing that, you know, we're all working toward the same goal and we're all on the same team, and, you know, to work together to provide the best customer service we can and speak with one voice. And
Yeah, it's worked out because you've doubled your staff now.
Third square.
I want to finish by
Oh, sure.
quickly saying, I asked him what was his feel good, what were the benefits that made him feel good about his role, and what was he looking for in his team members is, you know, the idea that what they are supporting and helping to create are lasting things for the community, not just the homeowners, but the community and the town as well. And
Yeah,
that's a unique opportunity to really contribute.
yeah, but it's great. And I think it's what really unites council members and staff and all of local government together, because everybody has that same focus. That's the foundation. Okay, last group.
Okay, last group. We kind of started out by Hillary was telling me about the staff meeting they had last week or the week before or something.
Yeah.
And, you know, really, because she's in communication and has IT, and how they are really more of their support function versus, you know, the fundamental, like, you know, pave the roads guys or something. So they kind of, you know, support all the staff, and really, another thing that they were focusing on was communication, and how we were talking about how it's so important for us to tell the story with the staff, especially of Yountville, to the people, because, you know, if they don't have something in their head, we can put it there. This is
Yeah.
where we're going. This is who we are. And I think that's really important, and they always want to hear that. Then we talked a little bit about the video, and I think what we heard from every other group, which is going to be the top of my list, our list too, is change. You know, I think this whole being able to purchase this site and all the things that we've done in the last year and a half has set up a lot of change, and everything has been really accepted so well by the community. I mean, one example we didn't talk about was like the Mardi Gras parade. People came out, locals came out, they've never come to anything before, and they went, wow, this is great, I'm really having a great time, you know, it was just kind of remarkable. So everybody seems to be embracing this change, and I think that really wanted to give a shout out to Brad, you know, too, for having that entrepreneurial spirit. We are a small town, that's how small, you know, little companies start.
Yeah.
They're entrepreneurials, and so you can be very nimble and start moving and build great teams. And when you have a great team, they can do great things. And that might have been a quote from the movie, but maybe it came out of my head. I don't really remember, but
It should.
I started when I was very young at a little tiny company. I was like employee number 60 something. It's called Genentech. And, now it's
Yeah.
national all over the world. So, we were a bunch of, 20-year-old kids working our brains out, and just having a great time and building something that had never been built before. And I think we can do that here. So, that, the whole thing about, if you have the status quo, you're being complacent, you're not trying hard enough, and it's just like gonna get old and tired and boring. So you always gotta be renewing. And I think we're really in a big phase of renewing and trying new things. And I'm very excited.
Yeah, definitely. You see lots of evidence of that here. The typical is that we've always done it that way, and
Yeah.
just
Nope. Yep.
like that's not part of our
That's,
lexicon.
we're not going that way. So, and I think it works for our community. I think that's what the staff and the council is really saying by change. And, I think we're gonna hopefully get the business community excited about that too.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So we just have one last agenda item for you, talking about the.
We got two. So we have public comment for those that are.
Thank you.
I give you all the credit. I'm going to finish with the why, which I will finish by 4:05. We'll do the 10-minute version of the why, and I think we'll take whatever public comment, and then if there's just final comments that anyone wants to say really briefly.
Okay.
While everyone's getting settled, I will say great teams. Like, I try not to be the sports analogy guy when I play sports, but we've all played on great teams and bad teams, and this is also like corporate teams. You know it when you're in it, and this is a great team, and I think you all know, because I said this, I think in one of my interviews, that it's kind of like this analogy of the quarterback or the coach and all that, and I said, I'm the center. So I touch the ball in every play, but this is the line. We do the blocking, and then I can see the quarterback, but everyone needs to get in the end zone. And this is where I say, when we get into top 20, let's all dance in the end zone when these things happen. And some people, and this is how I was in high school when I used to score touchdowns, I like to hand the ball to the ref and go cheer with my friends. I don't get into the dance, because my coach taught me, when you get to the end zone, pretend like you've been there before. That was the line that always stuck with me. But some people like to dance, so let them dance, and it's actually fun. Letting people they do all their little, rowing or whatever. It's kind of fun to watch. But I always remember my favorite player when I was growing up. It was Dan. I was always a Chargers fan until they moved to LA, and then LT, just like Barry Sanders, it's sort of hand the ball. Anyway, this is my wrapping up great team. We're all different, is my point, but let's all dance in the end zone and recognize who's in the trenches.
We move the ball.
So the why, it's this whole interesting thing about Yountville, right? We have the why, which is our streets, right? Which is where Washington branches off to Young. You could also talk about the existential why. But generally what I want to just outline in a few minutes is kind of what I touched on earlier, which was the idea of, these dots that, we're partnered with Unmet Civic and Commercial, and then I used Archives and Butcher as just an example. As you know, I really appreciate Don Schmidt, along with Sally, but Don became mayor in 72, hires Lawrence Halprin. You've heard me preach about this, but it's an important juncture in the why, because he, through Larry Halprin, makes the decision that we're not going to be a town of 30,000 people. This is what the founders of Yountville envisioned. We're going to be a town of 3,000 people. And Washington Street's going to be our commercial corridor. And the reason it's hard to make a right turn on Yount Street in front of Sam's office is because it's intended to be a civic street. So this little bump out, it's actually so tastefully done, is actually, you see, it's just much easier to go straight into Washington, right? So this is actually an intentional thing. So when we talk about the why, I'm using it on a lot of levels, but really it's this idea of Washington Street corridor. How do we feed the golden gooses? You know, this is the hotels and the restaurants and all the stuff that provides the resources for us to have, you know, not only a great team, because you need to pay a great team, first of all, I'll tell you that, competitive business in terms of we run here with department heads, et cetera. But I think having the resources to do our job, whether that's the equipment or the projects and all the things that come with the town of Yountville. So we need to keep our focus there, but we also need to talk about civic. What does that mean? How does commercial integrate into that? What does that mean? Like resident serving retail? I keep asking. I would ask you privately, as you know, you would give me 5 different answers of what that means. I could get 1,000 different answers if I went out in the community. So the question is, and I do feel like I want to get to a point soon where there's like aspirationally 3 things we want to do on Young and 3 things we want to do out by the farm stand. And so what I've done to help explain this, and I think this is where we can have a short conversation, but this is really just where I want you to think and tell me, and I'll talk to the chamber and other people that can help shape what this is, because I need to know so that I can, you know, plan. Because there's 2 ways of doing these things, right? You got Yountville Fit and you got the farm stand. Those are, in essence, adaptive reuse of existing buildings, right? We had buildings, we looked at them. I had already known that, you know, Donovan was doing Calistoga Fit, Yountville Fit, he wanted to do something. You looked at that building, it was easy for me to say, this could easily be a gym. You know, you go there now and it's obvious, right? But when it was a library and a bunch of classrooms, to some people it wasn't obvious, but we made it happen and now it's obvious to everyone and it's easy. It was not easy, but it was, to me, different than when you build a new building, right? When you build a new building, you do one of 2 things. You either build a shell and hope you can recruit a tenant, or you build to suit and you have a tenant that helps partner with you to build a space, right? And that's basically what we did at Yountville Fit. It was a build to suit with an existing building because Donovan came in and we did what I call a finished shell, which included the floors and the mirrors. We painted it, and then he came in and put all the equipment. It's a great partnership. It's happening. Hopefully it breaks even and makes a little money and it'll be a sustainable results, and we'll have this in our town for, you know, generations, right? That's the hope. So thinking about new things, thinking about, okay, is this like a partnership where the tenant is with us now so that we can talk about things like a dentist office or a doctor's office, or, you know, I can go down the list, which I don't want to do, but those are 2 good examples of like, okay, you're not going to just build a shell and put out a sign saying Dr. wanted. And doctors are hard, dentists are different, right? We used to have a dentist in this town, we don't have a dentist in this town anymore. You know, we could go down the list. I don't want to go down the list, I'm giving examples, but the 2 that I put on the board, which if you're familiar with scatter diagrams, is everyone familiar with the concept, right? So this is where I want to explain to me the trade-offs, okay? So on this side you have civic, on this side you have commercial. On the top you have things that make money and things that do not make money, okay? So in the top right corner you have the French Laundry. It's commercial, it makes money. In the top left, I started with the yard, the corporate yard, then I have town hall, and then I have the community center. The community center, you know, you have programs where you obviously charge, and there's a little bit of money flowing through there, but these are all clearly civic buildings that, you know, we subsidize every day. That's what we do. So you then get into Yountville Fit in the coop. I just kind of said, where do these fit? I don't know. I think that Yountville Fit's probably more of a commercial thing as a gym, but it probably makes less money. I would say something like a farm stand is a little more civic, but it probably makes a little more money. But this is just me guessing. Time will tell. But then when you get into a museum versus an archive, because we got into that, right? An archive is more of just a place, not necessarily staffed, right? A museum has to be staffed, right? So, you know, there's more money coming in, but I didn't get into like a net profit analysis here. I got into like, okay, is there money coming in the door versus not? And then likewise, you know, a butcher, you know, it's not going to make a lot of money,
you know, but it's clearly a commercial operation. You know, it's not like you have a town butcher. So I tried to use this as a way to explain a very complicated question for Yountville, which is what are our unmet needs? Okay, and this is the word, or we said unmet daily needs. I mean, when you talk about a doctor, it could be a monthly, it could be a quarterly, it could be an emergency need, right? So I don't even want to define need. I just want to say unmet needs. And then I slash, because, you know, I always joke, I grew up in La Jolla, I can speak Youngvillian, wants, right? Because these are needs and wants. We're very fortunate to live in Yountville and have everything except, you know, fill in the blank. And I think that's a 5-part answer. And I think we can spend a couple minutes talking about it, but I think it's been discussed, I don't even know, probably since the beginning of time. I know in La Jolla, we're still crying about the movie theater. Oh, left. When are we going to get a movie theater? And then finally, the loft or something. High-end movie theater. This movie theater stinks. It's too expensive. We used to come for $3 to go to watch Surflex. Now we have to go to the loft and pay $25. This stinks. We want the Cove. So again, you kind of live through your lived experiences, right? And we all have them. Mine is growing up in La Jolla, fortunately. I think we could, again, have 1,000 answers on the subject. So I want you to think about it in this context. You know, I feel like clarifying questions and ideas to me, like, because it's rare that you all get to talk together. But this is a short conversation today. It's a very long conversation for this community, and I want to end with managing expectations, because just because you put it on a list doesn't mean like we can make it happen. This was unique because we bought a school that had buildings that were ripe for reuse. It was still expensive and hard, so I feel like this is something I want to introduce. I want to listen, and I want to do my best to execute, but I also want to manage expectations, because I do feel like the examples I provided are reasonable, you know, examples. But I don't, you know, healthcare, again, a whole complex, you know, insurance and so forth. So, yes. Yeah.
Well, is it comment time?
Yeah, anything.
Well, you're mixing two things, to me. One is the geographic why. And when I first moved here, I was told very clearly, and then later I come to see this, that commercial is Washington Street. So I think that's why and it's zoned that way, basically, kind of mixing the geographical zoning. But, and when I first moved here and I had read the general plan before I bought my house, because I wanted to be sure somebody was gonna put up a giant building right next to my house. Resident serving retail, and I thought, yeah, what's wrong here? Now that I've been here long enough, and I see the critical mass of people, half the homes are maybe inhabited, that's 1,500 people. I really question whether there's enough to support a lot of meaningful business, even if they're given a space. So that's my first comment, because that's pretty common in cities, that the space will be given at a reduced rate to help support the business, sort of like what we did at Yountville. Now that we have a cafe, a gym, I really question how much more we could really support. And then the other thing is, I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. So if we have 1,500 homes, more or less, and permanent residents here, we're talking about a pretty big increase here of 72 units, and all those people, how do we know what they're going to use or want? You know, to me, the better idea would be to build the space with some spaces underneath, and then customize them, depending on what the mix turns out to be, because I'm not entirely clear on what the units are going to look like. Could be childcare, could be, God forbid, dry cleaning. I know that's not a popular option, but you see what I'm saying? Because we'll have 72 full-time residents.
No, it's exactly, but this is the chicken and egg dilemma where I'm asking you to lay an egg so that I can figure out what it is. Because, we can go down the road. People will have different opinions on this subject.
Right.
And
So
there is
only mine.
Yeah, no, but there is okay, if we want something, we have to be mindful of it now versus just build a shell. Because what's infamous in the affordable housing world, just so you know, because I built a lot of projects, you always saw the commercial storefront in the beautiful rendering, right? And it always had these like activated pedestrian things. You fill up the housing and you have 4 lease times for 3 years. Because you can't fill the space. Because they didn't care. The truth is, the affordable housing developers don't care. They put it there.
Be the developer.
No, that's what my point is, like, if I know now, it's different if you do a build to suit, because then you, like we did with the Yountville Fit, you start to have a conversation about a partnership, and you get into the issue of subsidy, which to me, the issue I'm trying to address today, but what I don't want to do is have a bunch of empty storefronts with the idea that, you know, the candlestick maker is not going to come, or whatever. You know, this is where I don't want to get into uses, but I want to get into a conversation like I'm having, so that you all can express yourselves, and you don't have to do it here, because it's a complicated conversation. Like, I remember listening to this on an old meeting where you were all debating the general plan, like, and you were the citizen, you know, you came to the mic, this is, you know, and then everyone, this was the old council. Like, I watched this meeting and I was like, wow, this is gonna be interesting. How do you deal with this issue, right? And I think I'm just trying to deal with it. I'm trying to solve it. I just think, like, if you come out with a meaningful approach where the chamber and the businesses are feeling like, okay, like, because there's not a gym in town, so no one can stand up and say, wait a second, this is unfair, right? But I do think there are things that can be said. So I think, yeah, those are all the things I'm just trying to say, and this is just a way of explaining it. And to me, I'm not even questioning the fact that Washington Street is commercial. That will always be the case, but there are empty storefronts. People want
But I'm
private.
talking now about moving commercial down towards.
Well, this is why I'm saying it's a spectrum, right?
Right.
That's
So
why I'm trying to
what we're talking
explain that.
about.
That's what we're kind of talking about today, so.
I would vote for things that would serve everyday people, like, laundromat, dog washing, a butcher, stuff like that. I don't think putting tourist retail candles and stuff, people are gonna come down there.
Yeah.
That's just.
Thank you.
I have an idea. I think we could benefit as locals, whether it's young folk moving to town and working their butts off, or retired people, but from a You Break, I Fix It store, which I have seen now in Napa. It's for, like, you cracked your cell phone, or you need some IT help. So a little fix-it store for tech assistants. And they could also do part-time classes for, you know, how to get your Apple to work for seniors, or, you know, something like that. But
Side hustle for Jason.
yes, I hustle for Jason, but I, you know, definitely, we all break things or have challenges, so
Yeah, no, that's great.
no matter the
Wires
age.
or something, yeah, like
Yeah.
temporary wires.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about an artist co-op?
Yeah, I think artists,
I would go with that.
I think an artist is the whole idea of an artist in residence, and kind of
Art.
something Sam and I chat about. Again, not easy, but good suggestion. Mary, you want to propose anything?
Yeah, you know, I don't know how many units we're gonna build, but, you know, I'm just gonna use the round number, like 100. It's gonna be 100 new people. They're gonna be pretty much young. They're gonna get up and, you know, I think the line at the Coop for coffee is gonna be too long. So I think you're gonna need someplace to go for, you know, a bite on your way to whatever. And then when you get off, it's like Ponch's is still gonna be pretty small. I think you need a beer garden to have a beer. So I think you gotta have your coffee in the morning and your beer when you get home. And we don't have those.
Yeah, there was a hub within the district plan where the residential is going to be focused, with the idea of having laundry and having, you know, a place you can watch the game. And so I think that hub can be that, you know, and we haven't designed it yet, but that's more of a resident amenity that maybe locals can go to. And I think whenever you're going to develop, especially if you're going to have smaller units, this is like the whole new thing, right? You build a 300 square foot unit that someone who works in a restaurant or hotel can live, but they really live in the amenities, right? So if you have a nice place to go watch the game, or a place that you can, like, go, like, that's where they will live, and they just crash. That's why they call them crash pads. But it's basically this idea that we're trying to develop through the Yountville Guest House. I think that was the direction. So I think that'll, you know, clearly be part of what I would call the amenity package. Because when you go to any housing project, it has amenities, whether those are community rooms or laundry rooms, or I saw the dog washing room at my aunt's place in San Ramon recently. So those are all, like, I think, really good ideas. So I want to continue this, but I think this is enough for today. And I feel like if we want,
The only thing I would think of that we commented is that, I mean, being a blue zone community, we should think of that. And so the question is, what are uses that would benefit a community that's growing older, but it also will have maybe younger people with the housing will build, and working with Adventist Health and St. Helena, there may be opportunities in this to be able to do something like we talked about the other day, either physical therapy or a dentist that could serve a broader community, not just Yountville, but a region.
Yeah.
That would be worth exploring if you're talking about blue zone uses in areas. And I'm not sure what that means in terms of looking for partners.
Yeah.
But it may be, those are the kind of uses that, the community always talks about, well, what about a pharmacy? Well, that, I think that's gone because I get my meds through the mail now, but, we had a dentist but there may be opportunities for things like that.
Maybe if I
We should
want
look
to
at
cover
our
them, but I
broader blue zone
And
area.
if I could just say philosophically, because what I'm hearing from all of you, and what's cool about calling this the commons, is I think we can make reference to commoner.
Yes.
This is an old term we used to use, the commoners. And I think the reality of healthcare is we want it to serve the commoner, okay? And I think that the reality of the valley, which I just experienced because the doctor I finally found in St. Helena, who was under the Adventist umbrella, is switching to the concierge model. Right, so now I have to pay $10,000 a year to see this guy. That's not what we want in Yountville, right? We want someone that is available to our demographic, and that's all the way from the vet's home, all the way to Washington Park.
The vets go through the vet. The
No,
vets
I'm
are-
saying that as a commoner, sort of like, this can't be like an elite healthcare system because it won't serve the commoner needs. That's the only point I'm making, and I feel like that's philosophically what we're trying to achieve, right? So I think we can all. We all nodding our heads on this, right? Because that's where it gets tricky sometimes with healthcare and a dentist. Because I think we just all learned, dentists no longer in network with Delta. Like all of a sudden, this changes our world of like, what's it going to cost to get our teeth cleaned? These are little things that actually make a big difference when you're talking about commoners versus people that just can pay the concierge fee because they want money's not the issue in their lives. I think everyone. It is an issue, but you understand what I'm saying. I think this is a whole philosophical thing we need to consider as we think about these types of ideas. So, yeah, okay. Last question. I feel like.
With his
Yes, go ahead.
idea of blue zone stuff, a blue zone inspired meals to go kind of little
Who's gonna run it?
shop. I don't know.
Okay, well, there you go. There you go. Meals on Wheels is a great program, by the way. I think they're private people to qualify, but that's a county funded program. So this is where, I don't want to say no to things, but I will tell you, like, because I did senior home delivery meals, it's a very hard.
Not senior home delivery.
It's the same thing.
Zone meals to go, that's a whole nother
They can
thing.
pay for those.
I got it. So maybe we can convince Farmstead to do that. I don't know. They're kind of doing that, by the way. I mean, those are all generally healthy, but I think I don't want to, that's where I want to be like end on a philosophical approach versus like, here's a specific idea that I want to implement. But how do you do it? That's a, hard thing.
And philosophically, connecting those young folks back there with the seniors, anything we can do in that space to provide connections
Yeah.
for the community.
Sure.
I think should be.
Intergenerational, all
Yeah.
those programming. And we do that. Sam does that.
A bar.
I mean,
Bar.
okay.
And burgers.
Can we take public comment? I mean,
Yes.
I'm more than happy.
Come on, public.
Thank God. I just wanted to say on behalf of the chamber, this was just a lovely day to hear from all of you, and the dot exercise was very good, and I really enjoyed the staff interaction with the council. I think it's so nice. I'm sure it was lovely for you guys to have that one-on-one time, and I enjoyed hearing everybody's thoughts and feedback as well. And I just wanted to reiterate our commitment and partnership to the town of Yountville. I think we talk about trust within the pyramid, and I can't picture another municipality who has, a great partnership like we do here with our town and our chamber. And I can't thank you enough for your partnership with us and Brad, of course, and then all the executive team members who we work with on a very often basis. So
you have our commitment to continue that partnership and continue to work together. And I already mentioned to Brad that, at our next one-on-one meeting with Natalie, we will talk about the dots and how the chamber can bolt on to those initiatives and help support the town with what you guys are doing. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be your partner in that effort.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And thanks for your service. And this was crash course, but I mean, this is a good first day. So I don't know if there's anything you want to say, I don't put you on the spot, but welcome.
I just reiterate everything that Whitney said. I'll
Is it, you want to say anything?
Well,
Now that you ask.
Well, I just thought that this was very interesting exercise, and there were a number of things that I heard that I want to echo. One is that, and I was here for the Halpern and was looking at Hillary because she always looks at the historic photos and finds me in the historic photos.
Yes.
But anyway, the point is, the town years ago made a deal, and the deal was the residents would get certain amenities. We have wonderful walking paths, and we would give up Washington Street, essentially, the center of our town, for the commercial district. So we made a deal, you can say, depending upon your philosophical bent, we either made a deal with the devil or we made a deal with the angel, and they've delivered. And we all benefit from that. But we are in changing times. And so I really appreciate what I've heard from Marjorie and from Hillary, that we need to be prudent. One thing, Samantha runs great programs, but Ashley and I, one of the things we see is what really brings Yountvilleans out is free food and free wine. They want things they don't have to pay for. And that is partly because we not only have half of our homes as second homes, we also have a significant number of people that don't have a lot of disposable income. They want to be part of the community, but they can't go to R&D. They can't go to Regis over, they just can't. And so being prudent with their spending, but creating opportunities for residents in community that doesn't cost very much are all good things. So thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, well, thank you so much. We are 5 minutes behind, but I appreciate all the work, and if we can clap, yeah, let's clap. And thank you, Jim. Thank you.